Hello again, Struckweb. I am back today with some more Torchlight 3. The public test realm kind of had a bug earlier today where one could not access their own fort. I mean, you could access the fort, but not the fort buildings. Let's reword this. So yeah, let's see if that's been fixed. If it isn't fixed, we're gonna wait until it's fixed and maybe do map works instead of Fazir's dungeon, because one cannot do Fazir's dungeon without the Fazir's dungeon building. So we'll see how that goes. We will see how that goes. Let's go on the... Let's say on the sharpshooter, I guess, first. I mean, I'm always open to suggestions. If you want to see me play a specific class, don't be shy and let me know. I would swap. So, quick test. I'm gonna check on Discord as well if there's any news about this while it's loading. I don't see any news. I don't see any news about that. But okay. If you wanna play together in the public test realm, if you're from the US, let me know, we can group up. So yeah, I will wait for this to get fixed, but while I wait, we can just do some map works or whatever. I wouldn't mind leveling up a new build if one wants to see a specific build in this test realm. But here you can see there is no buildings in the fort. So what we should do now is just grab some maps. Grab some maps and do those. So yeah, until they fix it, map works it is. Later on I could probably switch to the different build, to the non-public test realm build, but I'd rather stay on the public test realm build for now. I'm also planning on making a build video maybe tomorrow for my spin to win electrode setup, which right now has better items on the other server. So we'll see whether I'm gonna be using this hero from here or the hero from there for that setup. What's my quest? Killing goblins and getting pancakes. Okay. Oh wow, okay. So how many more pancakes? 2 more pancakes. And there go the pancakes. Alright, should I just keep clearing this map or just rush it? I also would switch to the Forged soon, because I want to really farm that one item on the Forged. Might as well just do that one. If I get that cannon. How's my goat as well? 2k. Right, let's just skip the rest of the enemies. Elites, alright, I'm gonna stop just for elites. And Marwan is back, says, guys, guess what? What should I guess? What should I guess? I definitely can't guess. Do I want the electric damage or do I want the poison? Of course I want the poison because it's more. Tomorrow the 16th Epic Games is giving Torchlight. Yeah, I do know about that. One of my viewers did tell me a few days ago. And that's nice, that's good news because that's just promotion of the franchise. Torchlight 2 being for free on the Epic Store means that many people would download it, install it, and if they like it, they would look into Torchlight 3. And hopefully like that one as well. Although if they're coming from Torchlight 2, chances of them liking Torchlight 3 right now maybe are not as high as they will be once they rework the relics in a couple of weeks or so. So we'll see. I think it's still good news for content creators and streamers like me. It's good news because it's promoting the franchise in general. So it's gonna let millions of players that are using the Epic Store know about Torchlight as a thing. There's many people who don't even know what Torchlight is. Some of the younger gamers that normally are the target audience of the Epic Store. So yeah, I think it's good news for people like me who are streaming and making content for the game, and also for the team behind Torchlight 3, very good news for them as well. Because I'm pretty sure there may not be that many, but there definitely should be people who end up downloading Torchlight 2 for free on the Epic Store and trying out Torchlight 3 as a result of that, just to see how it goes. Although I think it would have been a better move if they included Torchlight 1, then 1 week afterwards or 2 weeks afterwards Torchlight 2 for free. Just to get people familiarized with the first title before the second. Although the first title might be a little bit outdated for the young gamers now, but it's still a pretty fun title. And it's nice to do the story in Torchlight 1 before doing Torchlight 2. But we'll see how this turns out. I still think it's a great move to get some publicity for the game. Still think that it's a nice way of promoting the franchise. I mean, who doesn't like freebies? Everyone likes freebies. I've already got Torchlight 2 on my Epic account, and I have mods on my Epic account as well. I mean, not the Epic account, the Steam account, my bad. I've got Torchlight 2 already on my Steam with mods. The Epic Game Store won't have mods until they decide to add mods, but I don't think they're gonna be adding mod support anytime soon. So I still think it's better to have Torchlight 2 on Steam rather than on Epic, mostly because of the modding. The modding by itself is one of the biggest pluses for Torchlight 2 right now. Because there's been so many mods over the years, all of them offering different types of stuff you can play, like different heroes, quality of life features, different pet related stuff, and variety of pets. So Torchlight 2 is good, but Torchlight 2 with mods is amazing. And that's why I still think Steam is the better platform to play Torchlight 2. Even if it's free on the Epic Store, it's nice to get that free experience played. Whether I think Torchlight is worth 30 euro, that's a personal opinion, but for me it's worth it, because, well, I love the game and I have hopes for it, and I believe in the developers that they would make it a game that people can enjoy. It's my favorite game. I mean, literally I enjoy playing this more than anything else out there on the market right now in any genre. This probably tells you a lot about me instead of a lot about the game. But yeah, it's a fun, chilled out, casual kind of game. It doesn't push me to be like a hardcore try-hard player. Maybe the new endgame mode is a little bit too punishing. At least for casual people like me, it feels a little bit too punishing. For others, it might not feel as punishing as they might want it to, but yeah, I still like it, and they're still kind of in the first very early stages of endgame. So what we see right now in the Fazier's dungeon, which is not what I'm playing right now because I can't due to a bug. But what we can see right now in the Fazier's dungeon is their very first early vision of what the end game should be. So we should help them. We should give them feedback regarding the Fazier's dungeon, so they can make it better. They can make it a more pleasant and fun experience. Because right now Fazier's dungeon just seems like map works with the fixes. That's all it is right now. And that's not a bad thing per se, but I've already seen that at a certain stage it becomes a little bit boring after a certain stage. And that's why they need to spice it up. I already sent them an idea today, and I put it in note, by the way, of how this could become great. I called it the Fazier's Gifts, which is basically my idea of a system where as you keep pushing through the Fazier's challenges, you unlock certain artifacts, which could give you different bonuses. And as you push through the challenges, you also unlock slots for artifacts. Of course, you would have many more artifacts compared to how many slots you've got. So let's say the maximum number of slots is 200. And maybe you unlock the last slot number 10 around Fazier's challenge level 20, wait, I said this wrong. Let's say the maximum number of slots is 20. And you unlock that at challenge level 200. So 20 slots, or maybe 10 slots. Let's say even better, 10 slots. 10 slots at level 200. That means you have to make choices. How many artifacts for damage do I need? How many artifacts for survivability do I need? Do I want to focus on regular damage? Do I want to focus on a specific elemental type of damage which matches my relic weapon, because the relic would be an important choice? I mean, if you want to read the whole idea, I'm gonna give you a link. But I think that's definitely something that right now seems bare in regards to the Fazier. It needs more spice. It needs more something. It needs something. It could not be this thing. It could be something else. But yeah, this is, for example, my idea. If you want to read about it. And about if I'm hearing about WoW and a new down update, I've been waiting for new down for a long time. I've already watched some news and read some news about Wosen, and I just can't wait to see. But for me, Wosen never had performance issues. At least for me, when I was running the game, performance is not the problem. Balancing is the problem for me in Wilson. It always has been. So I really hope that they really have done a lot of changes to the balancing as they said. They said nerf-free balancing, meaning buffs instead of nerfs. And that's great. That's what I want in Wilson. And I would be happy to stream and play Wilson again once they release that patch, the new down update, the second down update. Because Wilson is another game I had very high hopes for, and I've been playing it since the very early access days on Steam, right after the Kickstarter campaign ended, and they started early access on Steam. I've been playing Wilson since then, and I was kind of disappointed when the launch didn't go that well, because they made bad decisions and rushed the game without testing stuff. See, what Extra is doing is what Wilson Studio should have done. See, Extra is making public test realm, where people can test stuff before it's going in the live version. Wilson should have done this and given a limited number of people, or people who want to try it, access to the third act, to the second act, to the third skill tree in the passive tree, to the new 16 skills that were launched along with the game. They should have given those people at least 2-3 weeks of testing to try this. I would have helped with the testing. I would have given ideas for rebalancing all those broken things. They really rushed when it came to Wilson. Extra is doing the opposite. They're taking their time. They're making public test realms where we can go and test things before they even go to the wider audience, to the more expectant audience that doesn't want to deal with bugs. And yeah, I think Wilson Studio really needs to take a hint from Extra and try and do things a little more transparent and with a little bit more testing. And I mean, you've got gamers that are willing to help you test your stuff without having to even pay them. So why not take advantage of this? And that's such a great way of helping with testing and previewing features to the community before they're ready for the live server. And it's never too late for Wilson to redeem itself as a game. I don't like how the whole progression in Wilson is, how you have a power creep item system. I don't like how they falsely advertised the socketing system, saying that we're gonna have so much control, and then we saw we barely have any control. It's completely broken and random. But hopefully this is also getting fixed. And later this year, Wilson would also have a big update, big content update, the first content update, which would bring something like seasons and leaks. So this is something I'm kind of skeptical about when I hear leaks and seasons. So I want to see how they're handling this when it comes to Wilson. But yeah, enough about Wilson, I guess. If anyone wants to talk about Torchlight 3, feel free to ask any questions about the public test realm and whatever. This test realm is only available for people from the US. They did give to me and few other EU players access to it, but we cannot reveal how we've got access to this, even though we're from the EU. And today, yeah, as you see, I sent this feedback, this idea that I came up with after talking to my audience yesterday, and I think it's a great idea to give something that helps us progress, have some sort of extra build variety when doing the Fuzzier, without introducing actual power creep into the game. Just an end game only system of progressing your character with a little bit more stats and buffs and debuffs and stuff like that. I mean, I didn't give many examples, but there are so many things that one can add there. So many things one can add under the shape of artifacts or whatever one calls it. And Exalt Gamer, just a moment, let me get to a safe place and I'm gonna give you a link to read about how to get access to the test realm. Test realm, test realm. Okay, I'm gonna have to check it here. Public test realm info, copy. And alright, I think that's the link. That's the link for the public test realm. If you're on the US, you can read more about how to get access over here. Again, US people only for now, until they add a European test realm and an Asian test realm and other types. Wolcen has so much potential in regards to combat being fluid and everything. And as long as they rebalance things well, the game would do well too. The biggest problems in Wolcen were just the lack of variety, the terribly balanced skills, skill modifiers, and passive skill tree. That was the biggest problem that resulted in the majority of the people just quitting after 2, 3, 4 weeks of playing. Even I got bored of it and kind of kept returning every week when there was a new patch. But all those supposedly balancing patches, like patch 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, they were just terrible. They weren't really balancing things enough. The rebalancing of the unique items, they still felt vastly underwhelming compared to using some legendary items with the max amount of stats. So yeah, Wolcen definitely had mostly balance related issues. The story was fine, the story wasn't something great, but it was still okay. I enjoyed doing the story, and I enjoy how I can power level a hero without doing the story and just going for an endgame only hero. I really love games that allow me to do this. But the leveling up speed in Wolcen was atrocious. It was like leveling up speed of a MMO in 2003 on 2003. So yeah, after level 80, the leveling up in Wolcen was just the worst part of the game. It was one of my major drawbacks of the game, having this grindy MMO speed of leveling. MMO in the early 2000s kind of speed of leveling. Just there was nothing action about this grindy leveling up system in a game like Wolcen. Some people like grinding, well, let them grind for gear. I'd rather grind for gear instead of grind for levels. Wood drives hack and slash looter ARPGs, not XP, for example. And I know that at around level 80, 82, 3 you probably have all the skill points you need, the rest is just extra additional points. But that's not a good argument in regards to why the leveling up should be slow in Wolcen. I will wait and see later in the winter when they release their first big content patch to see how they're handling leaks and seasons and all of that. And then I'm gonna decide whether I'm gonna be done for good with Wolcen after I see how they're handling leaks and seasons. If they don't increase the XP speed but make me start new hero every time there's a new leak, I'm definitely not gonna be doing that. If the leveling up speed is Diablo 3 style, super fast to reach max level on a new hero, and then just start doing the new seasonal content, then I'm definitely gonna be playing every league or season in Wolcen. We'll see how it is. There's definitely a lot of good things about both Wolcen and this game. And yeah, I love that they have online only mode and they have offline mode for modders. The modding community could make Wosen an amazing game. If there's people experienced with CryEngine who feel like making the game better, I'm sure that a lot of good things can be done, including PvP. With a mod, we can have PvP in both this game and Wosen from the modding community who want to make something like this a reality. It's not an easy task though. Balancing games like this and Wosen is definitely not an easy task to balance games for PvP, let alone for PvP. If you consider PV balancing and where you do millions of damage, but your HP is nowhere near those millions, it's definitely not gonna be easy to balance that for PvP unless someone makes like a completely new kind of let's switch heroes. Kind of rebalancing of the HP and damage in the PvP mode. I'm gonna go and play on the Forged. As I said earlier, I'm trying to get this thing, the cannon, the vortex bomb cannon. Until they fix the server and we actually see our 4 buildings, I will be trying to push for that. And I will be trying to gamble for it as well, as I'm gonna do in a moment. I'm gonna collect some rewards from my contracts. The Torchlight properties window is basically you go, just do what I'm saying now. So open Steam and click on library. Then on library select Torchlight 3, right click it and then properties. If you can't click on properties, then something's wrong with your Steam. Tell me if you're seeing it. If you're not seeing it, then I don't know what to tell you. But yeah, you go to library, you right click on Torchlight 3 in the list on the site and then properties. After that you click on betas. And then after that you type the code secret alpaca level or whatever it was written in the article. And that should unlock the test realm for you.
Just who I wanted to see.
Alright, let's sell some stuff. As I said, I'm gonna be doing some maps, so let's open some of them. Until they unlock the other stuff, the endgame stuff.
Oh, you'll be back.
Fucking RNG, 2 Maestro swords in a row. This is just RNG at its finest. RNG at its finest. Did you skip to endgame or did you play the whole... Oh, I skipped. I fucking skipped. I just couldn't be bothered after leveling so many heroes on the regular server to level up more heroes here the regular way with what's its name, with questing. It felt wrong having to do it again. I mean, if they asked me to do testing of quests, specific quests, I would have done it. If they told me, hey, we need some help testing certain quests, can you do a playthrough and tell us what you mean about a test? But this was us playtesting the end game, so they needed feedback on the end game, which I love that they're letting us skip to it.
Just who I wanted to see.
Okay. Now I'm gonna gamble for some cannons. I think I've got enough enough money here for gambling for cannons. Token of invigoration. Oh, and chance to burn. Perfect.
If you have money, I got gear.
So cannons. Alright, cannon. Give me that legendary cannon. I want it. I want the one for vortex bomb, so I can boost my spin to win build a little. Chance to shock, not bad.
I'll see you soon, I'm sure.
That's a lot of rewards.
Just who I wanted to see. Oh, you'll be back.
Maybe the Wookiee gear back, maybe. Well, not bad. Okay, I've got a few more rewards to collect, and then I'm gonna be ready. 6 more. Trying to sell those things for gold. I'm only using the gear bags.
Gear for coin. Gear for coin.
Okay.
You come back with more coin.
I think we're ready to go. The problem is I don't have an enchanting outer, so I'm just gonna get rid of some stuff here.
Potions. I've got those.
Right now we don't have access to the enchanting outer and other things.
Oh, I'll be seeing you soon.
How is my evasion? 28%, with this one it's 40. I'm gonna keep my evasion up for now, I guess. And let's do some maps. It's a little early right now. It's still early in the US, where the team is from San Francisco. It should be almost 10 in the morning. Almost 10 in the morning, meaning it's kind of early, so I'm not expecting this endgame to get fixed anytime soon. Maybe 1, 2, maybe 3 hours from now, depending how bad the bug is. So until then we can just do maps until we can get a fix for the broken fort.
Can't cast that spell here.
By the way, Exiled Gamer, if you want some help with leveling up, I could probably take you with me to some map works. Not sure if it would be much quicker, compared to you sewing, but probably it would be a little bit quicker. I guess it depends which hero I'm using as well. soon as I saw my HP dropping, I kind of knew there was a blazing enemy here.
You're nearly dead. Can't do that.
Wow, that was a very quick cooldown of my relic. And hi, Darek. Welcome back, Darek. Desirous5 is saying, is Spin to Win the best build for Forge? Not the best, but for example, this same build I can play with a different skill if I want to. But I'm gonna say melee right now is a better setup for Forged versus ranged. I'm gonna show you what I mean. I'm gonna quickly change my skill from Cyclone to Rapid Strike, and you're gonna see it's the same stuff. As long as you're using melee, you get 70% damage reduction. Which is a what? And eventually, I mean, ignore this fire. This blazing fire is overpowered, even with the 70% damage reduction. It's super strong. And with the addition of more damage reduction from one of the relics when they rework them, you're gonna be able to cap out at 50%, even at 90%. With another 50% from a skill. Even right now you can cap out your damage reduction to 90% with the Skittering Shoulders. If you have those equipped or in the Legendarium, you can cap it out. So right now the only thing that's a real threat to me is this Blazing Modifier. Anything that is not Blazing Modifier, I can kind of survive, face tank shit. So the Blazing Modifier is the only overpowered one that with 70% damage reduction I need to kind of run away from it and I can't face tank. You can't achieve this on a ranged build unless you use melee skill. For example, Fracking Strike is a good thing to use. You can use Fracking Strike on a ranged build and get that damage reduction, but you gotta keep it up, because you can see how long it lasts for, like 5 seconds or so. Maybe it's 6 seconds, I don't know, I haven't timed it, but it's a few seconds. So let me check if I can get it with Fracking Strike. Oh, actually I don't have points in it, so I can't. But the Electrode melee builds are super strong. The Blood Drinker melee builds after the update with the relics would be something many people would use for face tanking, because the Blood Drinker is supposedly gonna be something with a lot of healing, a lot of defensive stuff, and it's gonna be nice. It's definitely gonna be nice. So you can see I'm not using the Spin to Win now, and I'm still okay, I'm still fine, I can still face tank this. You can do the same with the Servo Driven Uppercut, except it's not gonna be AoE, it's gonna be single target. Not a fan of Servo Driven, but let's show you. Just so you can see it works with any melee skill. But you're building hit much quicker with the Servo Driven, I think, and unless you have a good cooldown on Vortex Bomb, it's not gonna work well. And the Spin to Win is super good synergy with Vortex Bomb, because Vortex Bomb pulls the enemies close to you, and then with Cyclone you're just shit. Blazing? Is that Blazing? Yeah, I kind of figured. If my HP is going down, there's gotta be a Blazing enemy nearby. That's kind of the rule right now. So you can see even Servo Driven works. Just I wouldn't suggest servo driven. It's just not that great of a synergy for Vortex Bomb. Servo driven might work well if you have Fracking Strike, maybe. But yeah, I've never liked servo driven as a skill. It's super underwhelming as a skill, having only single target damage, whereas the others are still good but have more than a single target. I think it shouldn't be single target, or if it's a single target, it should at least have something else, maybe like a piercing modifier, or maybe something that lets you hit other enemies as a additional modifier. But let's go back to the spinning goodness. And alright, Marwan. And where did the damage reduction come from? Is it talent? 20% is from a talent, the other one is on every single class you can get 50% damage reduction when you're in melee combat. Meaning if you hit an enemy with a melee skill or a melee attack, like a basic attack, you get that 50%. Then every hero, I think, or maybe just the Realm Master and Forged, I need to check. But yeah, there is that that damage reduction tier 2 bonus. For this guy, this damage reduction tier 2 bonus is here. Tier 2 Vortex Bomb is 20% damage reduction in melee combat. The other one is invisible. The other one is 50% invisible of the same thing. So it only works after using a melee skill or hitting with a basic melee attack. And since the cap is 90%, you can cap it with this plus the skittering shoulders. Or when they fix the relics, there's gonna be one relic, not gonna tell you which one, but there will be one relic that would allow you to get a damage reduction shield buff for you. I'm not sure whether for your allies, I forgot, but definitely you can get it for yourself for a while. And you can kind of alternate between that shield buff and the skittering shoulders, I guess. I'm not sure how the skittering shoulder would work. I'm hoping that the buff that gives you 50% damage reduction would not be the same one and the same skill that activates the skittering shoulders. Because if it is the same one, then it's not gonna be that great, because you're not going to be able to alternate. But let's say you use that shield buff and you get for a few seconds that 50% damage reduction. Then after this buff is over, you use another relic skill that triggers the skittering shoulders. That's going to be great. Again, I'm waiting to see what Michael would do with the legendarium items, with those legendary affixes, to see which skills would trigger which effects. Because there's gonna be a nice synergy there with certain skills. Again, certain skills right now trigger your relic trigger after using relic activation, meaning the big cooldown relic skill, this one. So which skills in the relics, which active skills in the future relic system would be triggering effects that this currently triggers, and which skills would trigger the effects that currently this triggers. So basically this triggers Egg of Mayhem. So which skills would trigger the Egg of Mayhem remains to be seen. Egg of Mayhem is this one. It's currently called Relic Skill or Relic Active Skill. And then you have things like the Skittering Shoulder, which gets triggered when using the relic activation or activating your relic. Sometimes they word it like that. So yeah, activate your relic or cast your relic skill. That's the two different types of how it's worded. So there's gonna be new rewording. And I'm assuming we probably would have multiple skills that trigger the activate the cast your relic skill. We're probably gonna have multiple skills that trigger this, but maybe still just one skill that triggers this, that's on a longer cooldown. or maybe requires more of that upcoming resource that the relics would have. I'm trying to just not review much, but I really don't know about those things. They really haven't told us any information about this thing, but I'm pretty sure that there's gonna be a rework in those affixes and things. So something will happen to those. And yeah, imagine activating a shield buff that gives you 50% damage reduction, and then after this is done, using some sort of skill to trigger the skittering shoulders, which I didn't show you. I was gonna show you. Let me try and show you. Skittering shoulder. This one. Currently activating your relic gives you that bonus. So using the big cooldown skill. So I'm hoping the shield is not one of those. But okay, let's sell some more items.
You look ill.
Mm.
Can I offer you a drink?
And try and complete the map without disconnecting, maybe. I'm gonna go to my fort quickly to see if there has been a fix for the non-spawning stuff. I'm also gonna check Discord for something. Torchlight announcements, social feed. Alright, I don't see anything there. So it still hasn't been fixed. Yeah, you can kind of see it. I'm in my fort and nothing's here. No buildings. Let's do poison map. But yeah, can't wait to see how different the game will be with the new relics, with the new relic system rework. There's a lot of things to be excited about in that system, so I'm pretty sure a lot of you would enjoy it more than the current system.
Your health is low.
Wait, what's doing that much damage to me? Is it the poison thingies? The poison pulses?
Can't cast that here.
Experiencing some rubber bands, as you can see, but can be helped. Different continents. Let's try and put some more enemies together. And Desirous5 says, may I ask if that update would make the build much more versatile and somewhat complex? Are you asking about the build with Electrode or the build with a different relic? If you still use the Electrode, the build would probably become even stronger damage-wise. And there's gonna be also good increase to attack speed. Good increase to attack speed from various sources, so you might wanna consider using the Electrode for basic attack builds. I think what's gonna be fun would be the Cold Heart Spin to Win. Spin to Win with the Cold Heart would be nice. Because just a teaser here without revealing much. There's one skill that has the flavor text. I am the cold. I'm the Frost Orb now. I am the Frost Orb now. So this is a teaser. Let your imagination go wild about what this skill could do.
You have perished.
What this skill could do. I am the Frost Orb now. This is just a quick teaser. Not revealing what it does. I'm letting your imagination go wild and combine that imagination with the Spin to Win build to see what that could mean. Diablo 2 players would know what that flavor text probably is teasing, hinting at. So I would love to try a Cold Heart Spin to Win build. Cold Heart would be more about crowd control, but it's still gonna have damage skills and things about it. They're probably gonna keep this one that you just saw, those projectiles. They're probably gonna have a version of this one way or another. In general, what I've noticed is they're trying to keep the current activation and active skills to a certain extent with similar mechanics, slightly buffed or nerfed, depending on the skill, but they're trying to keep those. Because it's gonna be kind of a waste if you've already got nice skills and you don't just rework them to fit in the new system. So yeah, it's definitely gonna work in one way or another to have this. The ice golem is definitely gonna be something I like to see how it's gonna be reworked, how it's gonna work, that ice golem. But Bane summoner builds with minion damage bonuses would be my jam as well. I would love to revisit my summoner builds. I would also love to make a forged summoner build even with those automatons from the shoulder, from the Mountain King shoulder, and with the Bone Walker Bone Raiser, with those pets from my pet, the Bijou and Simon. I would like to see this with the Bane build, with the spiders and minion damage bonuses. You're gonna be able to make a summoner on any class. Flying Pix summoner with the Bane on the Railmaster. Don't mind if I try this one too. I'm gonna be trying so many builds that I don't know, there's gonna be so many builds, at least 20 builds, one for each hero, for each relic on that hero. So it's gonna take me a while to go through all of them. You're gonna see, I'd say don't say pretty basic right now until you see the new relics. Don't say pretty basic. As I said, every relic would have multiple active and passive skills. And every relic would be heavily leaning towards a certain playstyle. So it's really gonna be like a second subclass, a third skill tree that you can spend skill points into. You're not gonna be leveling up the relic, you're gonna be leveling up your hero and spending your hero's level up points on the relic the same way you spend those on your regular skills. How many skill points we're gonna have, they haven't revealed it. Are we gonna have 60 skill points? Are we gonna have 70, 80, 90, 100? So think of the relic as your second class, as your second mastery. Like if you're a summoner, well, then get the Bane. If you wanna be having some more crowd control, then get the Cold Heart. If you wanna be the healer or someone that's a little bit more tanky, then the Blood Drinker. So again, every current class would have a subclass under the form of the relic. I'm telling you, everyone, well, I'm assuming everyone would love the change. The only thing that people may not like is if it's a permanent choice, if you can't respect your subclass. For example, if you reach level 60 and you can just remove all the skill points you've spent and maybe talk to an NPC and change your second mastery, your relic, that would be nice. If you can't, then it's gonna be a little boring because you're gonna have to power level heroes to level 60 with Mapworks. I really hope they give us 20 hero slots. 20 hero slots should be the minimum, because you have 20 different combinations. And if someone is like me and wants to try every single combination without having to delete heroes, 20 character slots should be the minimum of hero slots that we can get. Otherwise I'm gonna have to make a hero, then delete it, create the same hero with a different relic, then delete it, create the same hero with the third relic, then delete it, and do that 5 times. So I can test all 5 relics on a certain hero. If they keep the character slots 10, I'm only gonna be able to test half of the possible builds. And that's not actually half of the possible builds. This game would probably have around 100 different builds you can do. Because you're not gonna be getting every single relic skill. You're not gonna be getting every single character skill. You're gonna have to make choices. So there's 20 archetypes, but each archetype has like at least 2-3 different versions of how you can build it. Maybe even 4 different versions of how you can build it. Let's just take a Bane Mage. Bane Mage, yeah, you can maybe lean heavily into Mage skills in the light tree, maybe Mage skills in the dark tree, or you can just heavily lean into all the summoning Bane abilities, or maybe you can lean more on the passive skills instead of the active skills from the relic, or maybe you can heavily lean into the relic and barely use your mage built-in skills. There's gonna be many ways to do it, and believe me, the build variety is jumping and multiplying by a lot. I don't have any potions now. That's gonna be difficult. So apart from the blazing modifier, those poison pulsating fields seem to do a ton of damage too. But the blazing is the most OP modifier still. When the blazing's gone, things become much easier. But yeah, can't wait for those relics to be finished and to see them in action and to experiment with all those builds. There's gonna be just so many builds. I mean, just the basic 20 combos is just the start of it. Definitely not all of it. Okay. Pet, go and sell a little. Should I just run to the boss now? Any blazing? I need to be careful. If there's a oh, fuck, there's a blazing one. How is my luck this bad? I'm getting blazing enemies on a Act 2 map. On an Act 2 map, I'm getting blazing enemies. I intentionally picked Act 2 because I didn't expect the blazing modifier to exist in an Act 2 map. I thought this was limited just to Act 1, but yeah, I guess it isn't. It could be a bug, but I don't think. Maybe just they just thought it would be a good idea to give the different act modifiers to every act, just for more variety.
Your health is low.
Shit, and a rubber bandit, of course. Of course I rubber bandit. But yeah, blazing is the most overpowered thing in the game. Even with 90% damage reduction on my Realm Master, I kind of have to dodge those sometimes. I can't face tank them when I stack my defenses to the maximum.
You are near death. Can't do that.
Oh, come on, drop me some potions. Just got one. Maybe another one. Two potions, okay. We're ready to just move to the boss. Four charges of ramming robot. And that's not a maxed out ramming robot. If I had a maxed out ramming robot, I would be dealing those burning hotspots. Might experiment with that eventually if I get the helmet and chest of the Mountain King set.
Can't catch that. Your inventory is full.
I did like that damage with Vortex Bomb. I really like it, but soon it's gonna have to go away. Alright, let's keep doing this. Again, if anyone else is on this server, on the public test server, and wants to play together, if you're from the US, on this server we can group up, can help you out a little, maybe on some of the stronger heroes. For now I'm just trying to farm a specific cannon for this build. If I don't get that cannon, then that build's gonna have to be made on my other hero eventually. Let's do a shocking map. And I'm wondering how all 5 maps of each of those acts ended up being with the same. So all Voltaic maps ended up being Yearwook. All Hivit maps ended up being a chance to get bonus stuff. And all Blazing maps ended up being Wivebound Scrollwork. I think there was a bug. I think they were different, and when you keep adding one to the stack, it just defaults to the base of the stack. That could be the bug there. I'm gonna see if I use a map whether it would change what the next one would give me, because I got them from 5 different decks. I had 5 of each map, all of those from 5 different decks. Or was it from 3 different decks? I gotta check. I think it was 5 different decks. But it could have been 3 different decks. Can't remember if we get 2 maps or 1 map. It should be 1 map though. 1 map of each from each deck, if I'm not mistaken. So 5 different decks giving me... that seems kind of weird.
You are wounded.
Oh, I forgot to buy potions. Well, hopefully we find some. I can equip the potion work item. Help me find some pots. Let's equip the potion work item. And get more stone. Barely seeing what's happening behind those walls. Okay. Ah, this didn't affect the boss. I wanted to pull the boss close to the others. And blazing. Of course it's gonna be blazing in the Act 3 map. Can get a map without a single blazing enemy in it. Ah, it got knocked back really. Just right before I use my vortex. Inventory full. And quest finished. Yeah, look at all the shock bolts. I'm such a big fan of the shock bolts. Can't wait to try an improved version of this with the new electrode. Come on. Guess it's this way here. Seems like this raging beater. See, my vent is, my heat is not full, and the raging beater still procs. Seems like a broken thing. I shouldn't be able to get this extra damage without my hit being 75. So I'm gonna demonstrate in a moment what I'm talking about. Basically, check this. Boom, boom. This should only happen when I've got 75 hit. Let's get my hit up. See, now it even spends that hit. So that's how it should work. And currently I'm getting the damage without needing to build up the heat, as long as I've got the charges. And this is from the Raging Beater, from the item with an... It sounds like the name of a masturbation technique, the Raging Beater. It's a weird name, the weirdest item name in the game, I guess. But yeah, let's do that, boss. Shit, he moved away.
You are overloaded.
Okay, we're overloaded. Let's go. I'm currently using this offhand to burn the enemies, so I can do 50% extra damage to burning enemies. And with my weapon, I'm using that chance to shock, and additional bolts on shock, and some more additional bolts here. I don't have any more, so I've only got those 7 additional bolts, but that's still nice. Still a nice number of bolts. You want me to play a different hero? If you want, let me know, and the next map I can change to something else.
Your pet has arrived.
Like Real Master Mage, Sharpshooter, whatever. Let me also check in the meantime if there's any news about... Still no news, still no news. So they're awake though, there's people awake, so they're aware of the fort. They're already aware of the fort being broken. So within the next few hours we should see a fix for that on the test server. I'm not sure the live server is broken. I think it's just the test server that's broken right now, where the fort buildings are not loading. Once this is fixed, I can switch to doing endgame Fazier's dungeon. For now, it's just map works until that's fixed. As long as I'm still farming stuff, I'm happy though. Boom. Right. Oh, some more here. A lot of automatons. Not even past the first initial room, if I can even call this room. The first initial part of the map. And already so many elites. Wait, is it lagging? Never mind. Must have been.
Can't cast that yet. You are overloaded.
6 more cogs, alright. Let's go collect those. I'm gonna try and group them in a bunch. Here should be a good enough place.
You can't do that.
Let's see. Over here. And now with the relic activation, they should be melting.
Your pack is full.
I'm gonna kill stuff until this is done, and then I'm gonna return and loot. Alright, now we can go and loot. The relic activation is done.
Can't carry anymore.
Oh, blazing. This is the last thing I wanted to see.
You are wounded.
Okay. Time to loot.
You are overloaded. You are overburdened.
That's not bad. If only I could have some sockets on this one. I can go and complete this. And Artem Cherny says, mate, will the servers really reset after the update? After the relics update, yes. After the endgame update, no. Unless they do the endgame and the relic updates at the same time. But my guess is it should be a different update, so yeah. The servers will be wiped when the relic system changes. It's a must kind of a thing. It's not something that they really wanted to have to do, but they have to do it. Like the way they're changing the system really calls for a wipe. It's just a completely different way of creating your character and building it, and there's so many things that are changing. It's just a wipe is imminent with that big of a change, that major kind of a rework. But again, on the public test realm, you would be able to create a hero and level it up from level 2 to 46 in no time with the click of a button. So if you really don't feel like leveling up a new hero and completing the story on the regular server, you can just play on the test realm That is of course if they add a test realm for EU. And they did say that more test realms would be coming eventually. So for now only US people can use them, but eventually later we can get some for EU and Asia and the other continents. It's gonna kind of soften the blow a bit from that wipe. It is for a good reason though. It is for a good reason. It's definitely gonna be so fun playing those new reworked relics. There are so many little details about the relics that are changing, and so many big changes as well. Can't wait for them to add it into the test server so we can check it out and start experimenting with some weird builds. I really want to do that that spinning that spin to win cold hard freeze everything kind of build. Freeze them and spin to win around them. That's gonna be such a fun build. Alright. Really hope they drop me that cannon for the vortex bomb setup. Let's see what's here. Maybe an elite enemy. Well, no elite. Oh, there we go. Elite. I mean, legendary, not elite. I'm too used to calling every champion elite, regardless whether it's an elite or a unique or a legendary. Just from other games where that's the term for the champion packs. Finfix, hello, I'm sorry, it is me again with another question about Chaos Bane. My Volant finally started to get HP with Amulet, thanks for tips. Now I try Kiva turret build, you're missing 2 set items. Yeah, if you're missing the set items, you really need them. Even if it's red items, you still want those. But Kiva, the good thing about Kiva is you don't need a full set to do some of the easier content. Like, you can play Kiva melee build, for example, or Kiva turret build, even without heroic skill. You're gonna have to rework the skills a little, but you can still do stuff like Chaos 5, 6, maybe even Chaos 7, as long as you have full red items, even if it's not a set. If you want more damage, just yeah, heavy pounding, and you really need a corroder. You can't get damage without a corroder on Kiva right now. The corroder gives you 200% more damage to enemies inside the circle. It is boring as a mechanic, having to keep the enemies inside a randomly moving circle that you have zero control over, but the forge butt is broken still. So until they fix the forge butt in Chaos Bane, the best pistol for Kiva will be the corroder. And that Corroder, for example, makes my melee damage from 12 million to 36 million per hit with the heroic heavy pounding. Just another example. You might want to go and play a melee build until you get your turret heroic. Or if you have a different set, you might want to play the build for that set if you've already completed one. But yeah, just play some easy difficulty. Just play some easy difficulty for red drops. Something like Chaos 3, 4, 5 should be fine with just red items. Even without a heroic build, you should be fine. But the Corroder is the thing that could give you damage. Without a Corroder pistol, I don't see this happening much. Also, mechanical hits mastered with a mastered excavation. This combined with some health drain, like life drain items. This can keep you up easily. As long as you have enough HP to avoid one-shots, you can survive almost anything, if not even anything in there. So mechanical hits, the passive skill mastered, with excavation mastered, and an item. Even one item with health drain would give you very good results. That's another thing you can try on Kiwa. It works very well. It's kind of the easy mode, so I still haven't made a build for it. Because it's probably gonna be the last build I make for the current version of Chaos Bane. I probably should make it very soon though. But I still got a bunch more builds, like 2, 3, 4 more builds total to make for Chaos Bane before I'm done with the current version and start waiting for the next update. One of those is the build I already have an upload for, the Binding White. The Binding White, the mage damage over time build with the Morvo set. So that's gonna be one of them. Another one probably is gonna be the excavation build. And I could probably make a blazing excavation, and I can make an excavation build with the melee set, which is the stronger. The melee set is definitely stronger for excavation builds. Actually need to go to the town and do some gambling. Let's go to, let's say, Act 3. But yeah, in Chaos Bane, the first initial few farmed items are important. Just try to play whatever drops until the good stuff you need drops. And try to just build around whatever you collect first as a set, maybe. Let's try and get more cannons, come on, come on. I really want that unstable war arm. Wait, that's actually a good one. Better than what I'm wearing.
I make no promises.
Alright, come on, give me that war arm, come on. Chance to shock or chance to burn. I'm gonna use the chance to shock one. I still don't think I can proc the chance to shock with just sonic pulse, but it's worth testing. Basically the Corroder pistol, I can show you an image of what it looks like maybe. Let me try and find you a screenshot. Corroder pistol. It's in my build video. I'm gonna see if I can share the build video. But I'm gonna just open my video and take a screenshot, and you can try and find something that looks the same. So let me go to my exports folder. Exports, Warhammer, Chaosbane. I'm looking for... I guess any build video would do. Let's open the turret video though. Turret video, damage, crit, kind of balance, 2 turret damage, more on the this turret. Yeah, not bad, just good. That one no user. Let me try and find the corroder. I'm actually using a red corroder pistol because I don't have a green one myself with good stats. I think it's close to the start of the video. Come on. Wow, okay. I'm already at the blessing segment, so I must have missed where I'm talking about the pistol rows. Why is it so hard to to find a part of the video where I'm hovering over the damn pistol so I can take a screenshot for you? Alright, I'm gonna open another video. Obviously that's not the best video for this. Let's open my scrapper, mortar scrapper build. Okay. Oh, actually I found a good green corroder later, I guess, before doing the mortar. So okay, I'm gonna take a screenshot and you're gonna have to look for the thing that looks like this. I'm gonna open that screenshot for you. So Torchlight 3 early access, alright, let's save it here, corroder. So just a moment, I'm gonna show you that screenshot now. Screenshots. Do you see it on the screen? I think you do. No, you don't. That's it. Look for the pistol that looks like this. So this is the pistol you want. It makes the enemies inside the circle take 200% more damage. It's annoying, but it's the best pistol for now for Kiwa, because the other pistol is broken. The one that gives you that makes the enemies take up to 300% damage, which is 100 stacks of 3%, as they're getting hit by fire damage. That one pistol doesn't work. The other one, which is called Forge Bud. So you want the corroder.
You pay up front, no refunds.
So hope that's helpful, you seeing the screenshot. Kind of gives you an idea of what to look for. Even a red version of the pistol is fine. I was using a red version of this pistol with good rolls for a very long time, because all the green ones were dropping with very shit rolls. And yeah, when you don't have crit chance or cooldown, it could break the build a lot. Especially the cooldown. On the turret build, you really want that cooldown to be spamming to get the duelist chain reaction for extra 400% crit damage. While the chain reaction is there. Alright, another map. Oh, does anyone want me to switch my hero? I forgot to ask. If you want me to switch the hero, I can just rush this map or die and do another one on a different hero. Oh, it's this way, okay. Really need something with cooldown to Vortex Bomb though. Let's try and group up some more actually. Okay. Little bit of delay, but we can live through it. We can live through it. Since we're not doing the Fazir's dungeon right now until it's fixed, at least I can die and resurrect in the same place.
Can't cast that here.
Oh, this one's so beefy, so tanky.
Can't do that.
Okay. Let's keep moving. Actually done with the quest, I can just rush to the boss if I know which way it is.
You can't cast that spell here.
You can't see the name of that blue. Okay, I see it now. Sometimes there's problem with the nameplates not showing up immediately. You can see the blue item on the ground. You hear it drop, but the nameplate doesn't show up immediately. It's a weird bug. It's not something that important in the priority list though, I guess. Because eventually you do get to see the item, so could be just server delay related. At least there's only one way where the boss can be now. I'm gonna use force move. I'm a big fan of this force move. Here we go. Razor Saw.
You can't cast that spell here.
With that name, he's probably a Hybrid Soldier kind of an enemy. Is he? Yeah.
Can't use that skill.
Not much in regards to drops from this dude.
You are overburdened.
Just 2 green items. Oh, upgrade. Nice. Okay, let's change characters now. Enough forged. I say enough forged. Oh, another book. Weird. Maybe do a little bit of Realm Master? Or do I want to level up a summoner and try it out? We'll see. Let's go back on the Realm Master.
Potions for you, potions for your little friend. Oh, is that all?
Okay.
Oh yes, potions. I've got those. See you next time.
How am I doing with the potions? I've got plenty. Plenty of potions. Oh, maps. We need some maps.
You look pale. Can I offer you a drink? Oh, I'll be
I don't need the legendary maps. I'd rather get money from those. Need money to gamble. So let's do the gear work. Oh, that's the pew 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 setup with the pistol from last night. A lot of pew pew pew. Alright, let's do that. Wait, so why did my train stop? I didn't press number 1. Don't remember pressing number 1 to stop it. Really need to find myself a good one-handed melee weapon. Or two-handed melee weapon, but preferably one-hander. This pistol is pretty strong though. For a one-handed pistol, it's 7,500 damage. 7,500 damage on a one-handed pistol. And it's not even wife bound. It's not even wife bound. It just has a lot of damage. And we get more damage from an offhand as well. Cosmic pants. Okay. What's my damage here? 900. So, awesome. How's my evasion dropping? The evasion's dropping pretty low though. Didn't want to lose that evasion. Hope I get something with flat damage or crit chance flat or crit chance crit damage or crit damage flat. That would be nice with some evasion. Yeah, it's gonna be hard to beat this pistol. Come on. Should I try snake to stick mace through sword combo on that pistol? Just so we can have more more basic attack stuff happening. And I don't want to lose the Frenzy Blade or the Storm Blade, so I can probably remove one thing. It's probably one thing I can remove, like the Headhunter. Maybe let's go for the Snecko Stick, or should we... Stop hitting. Snecko Stick or Maestru's Sword, which one should I go for? Oh, I didn't dismantle the Maestru's Sword. Shit, I got two of those earlier, I forgot I didn't have them in my... Okay, we've got a Snecko Stick. Very underwhelming though, the damage on the Snecko Stick is super underwhelming. Seems like a waste of a spot. The same goes for the Maestru's Sword when I tested it on the regular server. I'm not even seeing those Snecko Stick projectiles hitting. Okay, let's try and hit next to the enemy with my pistol to make sure that the Snecko Stick is hitting. I think they're hitting for 3000 right now. Is it 3000? It's hard to tell. Okay, pet, go away, pet. Pet, you're messing with my calculations here, with my testing. 3700, I think. 5000, was that my first attack or 1000? 3000. Okay, it's not terrible. It's not terrible with a little bit of extra damage. It's okay. Because it's more things that can proc Electrode. More things that can proc the Lightning Bolt from Electrode. The more things that can proc, the better it is for us. Damn, this OP blazing. But yeah, ideally I would be using something like Skittering Shoulder or some arc powering stuff there for more procs, zaps and stuff. I don't like the design of this thing, having to go all the way around. It feels just unnecessarily made to unnecessarily slow down players in their completion of the map. To have to walk all the way this U-turn.
Your pack is too heavy.
Right, let's move. This damage when near your train is kind of broken last time I tested it. I was testing it with boots, with the damage and then removing the boots. And the damage remained exactly the same without anything changing.
potions. I've got those.
That was on the live server though. I've not tested this on the test server. So it could be fixed on the test server.
Potions for you, potions for your...
Maybe if I get some boots or gloves or whatever type of non-damage enhancing item, I can test it again. Let me check if there's any update regarding the forts, if they are gonna fix the forts soon. Right, just a moment. I need to email Vox. They're saying we need your Vox if you're disconnecting in the PTR. So let's help. Let's help with sending my Vox. I found out where my Vox are today. So yeah, I'm gonna just archive it maybe. Add to vox.rar. Wait, I can't access it right now, really? Really? Okay, let me quickly... I'm gonna have to out and F4 because it's not gonna let me... It's not gonna let me archive my Vox. Okay, there we go. I'm gonna restart the game now and email my Vox. Alright. Okay. Send the email. So hopefully this helps them, although there's no news still about the Ford bug. I guess they're still working on it. But yeah, hopefully this email with my Vox does help them. Okay, moving on. So I was gonna do a map. I kind of used up my map, so I've got only the blazing one left now. Okay. Come on, train, do your magic. Wow. Come on, elites. I want more elites. Oh, by the way, that's a spider mission. I probably won't even be able to complete this spider mission. We'll see. If there's 50 spiders or not. I'll go back where I was earlier, because I might have missed a spider there. But let's explore this part first. So let's just double check where I was earlier if I missed a spider. 17 out of 50 for now. There doesn't seem to be a spider here. Probably no spider here either. Oh, there we go, I missed one. Oh, and there's this guy too. Big hairy beast. So we're at 21 spiders. I'm assuming there won't be any here, but let's check. Maybe there's gonna be some. Nice. Got some. Yeah, I think this map would have enough spiders to complete it. It's one of the wacky ones. If I've got 24 spiders already by now, I should be fine by the end of the map. Let's check here, maybe there's some more here. Yeah. It's a big map, so there's a lot of spawn opportunities. Come on.
Your pack is full.
When my relic power now is over. The range trail master. That's fucking fun. With that snake stick. It's not doing much damage. Yeah, it's definitely shit damage, but I love it. Pew 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 and some poison bolts. Come on. The rail shooter. This guy's not messing around, he's spamming his stun stuff. How am I doing with the quest? One more Iker or Iker, I'm not sure how to pronounce this, but yeah, one more of that and 5 more spiders. That should be doable. That should be something I can do before the map ends. We're pretty close to the end, so hopefully we find those 5 spiders. Right, 1, 2, 3, 4 spiders here, and there's one more at the back. So as long as those 5 drop, and they did, okay, then we're gonna be fine. Right on time. Before the boss fight. Alright, let's move. Let's move here to the Rotten Grove. Wrecked. Before I even knew what's happening and started shooting, it was already dead from my train and the relic activation. Let's keep killing stuff. I'm assuming when they fix the 4th book, they're probably gonna make an announcement in the what's its name, in the global chat of the server.
Hey, can I offer you a drink?
Maybe. Alright. Does anyone want me to change heroes again or keep doing Rail Master?
You can't use that skill.
Let's see this.
Here for coin. Here for coin. I'll see you soon, I'm sure.
I feel like doing the Wu-Take one because I couldn't do the other one due to Alt and F4ing. Okay, boom, boom, boom. Pew, pew, pew. And the birdie birds. The train's not really responsive. I mean, he was sitting there and I was sitting here and I was shooting at the enemy and I was expecting the train would be behind me, but it wasn't. I still think that train really needs a rework of its core system to not be laying tracks, but to be actually a ghost train. So make that transparent model of ghost train applied to every car, and just make it a summon that follows you around like the pets and like the netherlings and spiderlings and whatnot, all those things that you've got, the different summons. I think that's gonna be a better option to like a spirit train or whatever. That way you wouldn't even have to rely on those tracks. It currently needs a lot of babysitting, that's kind of how it is. You have to make sure you're positioning yourself properly so that the train ends up moving. Like now, look at it, look at where the train is. If I move a little, it would start moving. Alright, it moved.
Your health is low.
Come on. And it's also very slow. It is very, very, very slow. When you use your hammer spin, it takes it so long to catch up. Because it does benefit from movement speed buffs from the shrine. When you get a movement speed shrine, the train does get that buff, but when you do hammer spin, it seems like the train kind of whacks, and by the time it reaches you, it's already kind of late. You already don't need it that much. I'm gonna have to collect more maps because I still want to do my Act 3 map that I just can't do due to disconnects and other stuff. Still think the train is the most boring thing in the game right now in regards to system, and it needs a lot of reworking. Okay, I need this for my forged.
Potions for you? Potions
Let's
for
do
your little
this
friend?
and let's do this and
Oh, is that all?
should I open this? I was gonna open it on the forge, but fuck it, let's open Stormblade. Okay, let's do that map now again. Hopefully without a disconnect.
Yes, potions. I've got those. Oh, I'll be seeing use.
But yeah, I think tracks should be removed completely, and the train needs to be like a summon thingy that follows you around. And if they wanna make it a little bit more believable, why there's no tracks? Well, make it a ghost train, make it a spirit train. It's gonna fit the other summons the Realm Master has. They can probably even make it benefit from minion damage that way. And there will be a minion damage stat. They're working on implementing items that increase minion damage, and the Bane Relic should probably be giving you some of that as well. We'll see how it would work, but I definitely think the train would be much more useful if they make it like a spirit train that just follows you around, and to have it so you can pick 3 cars, any 3 cars, and just benefit from those. Or pick 2 cars plus the basic and the shocking rounds be the limit. So let's say you can pick the basic one and the shocking rounds, and then 2 more, any two, any two. They really need to allow us to combine flamethrower with mortar or shield with shotgun, and just let us have 1, 2, and then the other 2 you want, instead of limiting us in such a way. I mean, it makes no sense to only use mortar and not be able to use flamethrower when both of them are flame. And if you're going for a train built with the flaming destroyer, you would want those 2 cars. They would be the obvious synergy right there. And they're amazing. If you could just use those together, they're just amazing. And that way items like the Doom Pipe and the Shotgunner Shield would be much more valuable, knowing that they're actually boosting 2 skills at the same time that you can stack together, not just a single skill. But yeah, the whole tracks mechanic just feels weird and wrong. It always has felt like that. You know how it used to be before, when they first started the Realm Master? You used to actually be hitting the ground. You had to keep hitting the ground to keep laying the tracks as you're moving. It felt so bad back then. Thankfully they at least removed this. So they're constantly changing stuff. They're definitely not afraid to change stuff. They just need to hear that people don't enjoy something a lot more before they start changing it. Okay. But I definitely agree with iAwesome about the tracks being kind of not necessary. And that's such a good thing to have such a hero in this game. It's so unique to the others. And I don't think removing the train tracks, not the train, just the train tracks, would make the quest less unique. It's still gonna be a unique conductor kind of Realm Master quest with train following him around. You don't have other games where you can summon a train alongside you. And I keep getting disconnected. Wow, I can't complete a single map. But yeah, it's not gonna make the quest less unique if you remove the tracks. It's still gonna be Realm Master. No rails. No rails. Unless it's a spirit rails. But yeah, just the whole mechanic needs reworking heavily to feel good.
You look ill. Can I offer you a drink?
It's for me kind of hard to decide which is more boring, the way the train works right now, or the sharpshooter special mechanic when you have to use an adventurer skill and get a buff, but only for the next 3 shots, and if you use another buff this gets depleted. I'm fine with the next 3 shots. Next 3 shots is good, it's balanced, but when you use another skill and lose your previous buff, it's kind of boring, because it's forcing you into playing specific rotations instead of using this skill buff and then the other one and stacking those buffs together, and maybe use one buff, shoot once, lose 1 charge, use another buff, get 3 charges but retain the remaining 2 charges of the previous ones. The sharpshooter still also needs a rework, and I'm still gonna do an electric map until I finally complete one. Because if I keep getting disconnected in electric maps, maybe I can send some more walks to today. Because I haven't been able to complete an electric map now. I keep getting disconnected in those. So there might be something happening in those electric maps. And that's causing the... Electric forest? Really? That's kind of weird. How did I get an electric forest? Never knew forests exist in the third act like that. I think it's more about the electrode breaking the game and disconnecting me instead of the map type. I think I'm just overloading something with all the calculations, with all the damages and procs. And the shock bolts as well. I've been disconnecting less on the mage. Still getting a lot of disconnects on the mage, but less. And the mage is with a different relic. The others I'm using the electrode for. Okay.
Your pet has run away.
Oh, pet. Blazing modifier.
Pet has run
Poor
away.
pet. Got wrecked. And Gwent is asking what's this madness with no tracks. We were just discussing how the train is very unresponsive. Like I would be here and it would just not move tracks sometimes. So sometimes I would be in one place and the train would be kind of far away from me and it won't be reaching the enemies I'm attacking because it's not following me completely. Alright, let's just delete some stuff here so we can pick up some stuff. And I've got new relic levels. See, right now, look at where my pet is and look at where my train is and where I am. And it just can't reach my enemies unless I move a little further. Well, I moved a little further, it's still there. And you can see I'm not using my number 1. And it's not moving. And I didn't click on number 1. I did not click on my number 1 skill. So did it click itself? See right now, I'm definitely not using my number 1 and I'm moving. And see, the pet actually started moving without me pressing number 1 again. He was just stuck there. And this is why I was talking that those tracks kind of make most of the problems of the train. They're kind of the root of most of the problems with the Realm Master's train right now. The whole track system. If it was just like a summon, like a train that follows you around like a pet or spider or netherlink would, and had, for example, the animation of Ghost Train, like this animation, this kind of green, blue spirit animation, and just tracks underneath the train, not tracks that keep getting built. Just underneath the car. Look at how Ghost Train has tracks underneath it. Or maybe that's not tracks, maybe that's just some trails. Let me look at it a bit closer. It looks like tracks, but maybe it's just trails. But yeah, if it looks like this, just a smaller version with the exact same cars, just apply that effect to it, it could make sense. Even if you don't apply the effect and just keep it like that, and make it follow you around without having to build those tracks as a like a summon, as a pet, it might feel a little better. Because we are no longer hitting the ground with our hammer. So where do those tracks come from? How do they magically appear? If you're not some sort of an engineer that hammers down on the ground like it used to, which really felt wrong and slow, because it prevented you from using other skills.
Your inventory is full.
Oh, now my pet is broken. I can't give my pet items. Let's try again. Your pet is away. How is my pet away? I've already reported this though. I reported that yesterday. Do you know how big the work train is that builds new railroad tracks? I really don't know. I might have seen it somewhere in a movie or a documentary, but I definitely don't know how big it is. Yeah, passive talent for the range would be interesting. But the train itself is, I mean, not every car has long range, and that's why you want the train to be near the enemies. But I would love for it to be going next to the enemies itself, without me having to make tracks for it to go there. So I can stay back, play a little bit of a ranged build, like now, and have the train go into the enemies by itself, in the same way my pet does. That would have been pretty fun. Because I might want to stay back and shoot. And throw dynamites. And proc stuff. With my dynamites and bullets. You worked for the DB. Is the DB the railroads company in Germany? And that's why I'm saying you really cannot reproduce the reality. It's weird. It was weird when they tried to reproduce the reality, it seemed weird. And with them removing the animation of hitting the ground to lay the tracks, now it feels weird to have those tracks.
You can't carry anymore.
Feels like it's some sort of a weird magic. If it's a spirit train, it would make a little bit more sense, because you know, okay, that's a spirit, that's some sort of a summon, some magic stuff going on there. So it makes sense for it to kind of have that. Another version I suggested was, instead of turrets, to have skeletons or ancestral spirits on top of each train track, and that skeleton can be doing the same things that the current one does. You can have a flamethrower, you can have this flamethrower on a skeleton or on an ancestral spirit that stands on top of the train track. Or you can have a buffer skeleton with a staff that does the shield, or you can have a skeleton with a machine gun or whatever to do the shooting, the pistol. Skeleton with a pistol to do the regular base attack. This was another idea I had like a week ago or so when I was streaming. Divi, the railroad company that barely drives on clock. Need to get these shots fired. So maybe it's a DB train like you built in game. Makes sense. It could be.
Your pack is too heavy. You can't carry anymore.
That broken pet. It's always the damn blazing modifier that breaks the pet, I think. Was there blazing in this map? I can't remember. But if there was, that's probably what broke my pet. To be here, but the game thinking it's away.
Potions for you? Potions for your little friend?
Chance to swallow, that's pretty solid.
Oh, is that all?
They wanna get rid of damage and crit chance and get chance to swallow. I really need
Potions.
I need something that gives me chance to swallow and damage, or chance to swallow and crit chance. If only we could get chance to swallow in a socket.
Oh, I'll be see you.
I think that's the one thing you cannot get in a
I'll
socket.
see you next time.
Alright, let's go on another hero. What have I not played today? The mage? Should I play the Struck Summoner? Not the regular mage. Forts are fixed? Okay, forts are fixed. We can do some farming. Good, thank you for notifying me. So we can finally do some stuff if the forts are fixed. So, nice. Okay, let's go. Let's do some Fazir's dungeon. Say a number between 1 and 35. Number between 1 and 35 and I can try and do that dungeon. I guess there's delay. So maybe that would be the next one. I'm gonna do, let's say I'm gonna click 7 times. He wants me to do 35. Okay. Let's do 35. Psora. Plague Bearer. Okay, I'm gonna do 31 next. 31 would be the next one after this. This is gonna be quick because it's just a boss fight anyways. I'm not gonna be pushing past my current progress because it's just it's boring
Stand spell here.
sponge bullet sponge maps after 35.
You're hurt. You feel much healthier.
Alright, what's here? Release. Wow, that chest only dropped a goat and a wife-bound scroll. That was the weirdest thing ever. Alright, 31 was the next suggestion. Let's go back to 31. They keep picking bosses. uh, let's do Netherwell. They keep selecting bosses. Okay, look at his eyes. His cute little eyes. And this one dropped a little bit more than the previous boss chest. Okay, if anyone wants to play together, we're on the same servers. I'm on the public server. Apparently, the private server became the public server. Let's do 33, because it's... maybe double HP. Oh, and if I remember correctly, I wanted this in my legendarium, right? Okay. My pet is just a second. My pet wants some food, I think. I gave him right before I started streaming, so he only lasted 2.5 hours before he wanted more food. Hey Sky, shame on you, piggy. Oh shit, I almost slipped and fell. Okay, that would have been fun though. Wouldn't it have been fun if I slipped and fell and you heard me falling? Okay. All right. Let's go in. Did I select the one with the double HP? I think I did. Ah, shit.
Reached your end.
Kind of, yeah.
Okay, buddy. Let's get you
Kind of still bullet spongy. I should not have picked double HP. That was a bad move, picking double HP enemies when I'm wagging and rubber banding so much. Let's do 33 again, but without the double HP. Oh, it's the same one? Really? It didn't change? That's not that fun, but okay. And we've got respawning enemies as well. Right. What did we get this time?
You can't do that.
Seems like they're getting some damage reduction, because when I was doing the other day 1.6 million, now I do 5070, so it's like only 1/3 of the damage, even less of what I used to do before with the exact same buffs. In fact, I now even have the Celestial Legs in my Legendarium, which is 25% more damage, so that's 275 extra damage instead of 250% extra damage. So it seems like they have gotten some damage reduction on those levels, either from the difficulty being ridiculous and giving them damage reduction, or from the stage being this high. I forgot to switch back to this. And map modifiers, I'm not sure how you're gonna stack map modifiers. I mean, I don't think the game would allow you to even have a choice of stacking 2 times double HP and 2 times the one with the damage. If it allows you to pick it, it's probably gonna stack, but I've not seen a double HP map during the double HP challenges. So far I haven't seen a single challenge of the same type as the side one. So yeah, I'm definitely seeing some damage reduction on the enemies here on this difficulty, on this challenge. Oh, and I forgot it's respawning enemies, so if I don't keep moving, it's not gonna work on this map. Let's see what's happening here. Come on, come on.
You can't cast that.
I'm gonna have to keep using Luminous Run if I wanna skip enemies. There's no other choice. Ah. Let's see here. And here. Right, there. But you can stack an extra damage from the map itself, which right now for me you see I'm 45%, and you can stack that with the modifier where the enemies have 50%, and this will stack. It's not a map modifier, so it should stack fine. If you want me to push challenges further, let me know, and I can switch to practice or normal and just push the challenges so we can see what comes next. Right now I'm playing on ridiculous, so you can see kind of how it feels playing on the hardest difficulty, even though I'm not pushing further my challenges because it's just gonna take forever and for 0 rewards. Okay, if you want to see how far the challenges, I mean not how far they go, we know how far they go, 251, but what other map modifiers we can unlock, I can quickly just switch my difficulty to the easiest and just try and speed it up. It's not gonna be that much faster, but it will be faster, because I'm doing like more than 3 times the damage compared to how much I do right now. It's weird how I'm doing like 600,000 damage here, but on the other one I do 1,600,000 damage. And the game doesn't tell you that the enemies become stronger in regards to damage reduction, and yeah, it's weird. It's like it's reducing your damage when you go to a higher difficulty. Not sure if that's only applying to the Fazier. It could only apply to the Fazier, maybe.
What will it be? You must.
Let's do this one. Spiders though. There's a high chance this would be kind of not a complete map due to not enough spiders. Let's see if the RNG is on our side. Oh wow, so much blazing, my most hated modifier in the game, the most overpowered one. Extreme close-up is so fun sometimes. Wow, this guy is pretty quick. I think he had a little too many Red Bulls or monsters or whatever his preferred energy drink of choices. Although if he had too many Red Bulls, he might have been flying, so must have had something else. Oh, this guy's barely taking damage. Come on. I'm fully buffed. Take damage. Fully buffed, only 200,000 damage. Really? But that wasn't a crit. It wasn't a crit, so would have been like 600,000 if it was. If I don't keep pushing, they're gonna respawn. There's so many spiders. Thankfully it's a respawning modifier, so I can always get enough spiders. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna reach the end of the dungeon and just kill spiders there. Kill the constantly respawning enemies at the end of the dungeon. Oh shit, I don't have a charge. I don't have a charge, I'm gonna die. Yeah, I'm gonna die.
You are wounded. You are wounded.
I'm not sure how I survived, but okay. Give me potions. Oh, it gave a potion actually. Nice.
Your pet is running away.
Yeah, I kind of knew I was gonna die. Too many. I kind of made myself stuck in a bad place. But at least I know I can do spider maps on this modifier. Let's do another one.
I mean, what could go wrong? That one.
Is it gonna be the same one or a different one? If it's the same one, I'm actually gonna use 2 movement skills instead of 1, and the item with movement skill charges until I reach the end. So the item with the movement skill charges was the hood. Was it the hood? Hoodie? Now instead of Radiant Blast, let's put it like this.
You're gravely wounded.
Huh?
Your pet is back.
This delay, sometimes it's not working well in my favor. Please don't be blazing, please don't be blazing. Tell me that. Oh shit, there was a blazing one, of course, and I found out I have no HP once I was dead. Fucking blazing modifier. The most overpowered, especially if you have wagging and delays. See, I didn't see my HP dropping until it was already 0. I didn't even see the fires until I have already died. The model of the fires didn't show up. Let's try again. Come on. Saving my charges for when I need them. But we're close, we're close. Oh, my pet fled. Not good. Alright, we can stop here, I guess. This is white. Shit, now I get disconnected, of course. Just when I found a good place to stop. Alright, let's try again. I'm gonna keep trying until I do this. I want to complete this map because I want to see if it really works the way I want to complete it.
So decisive. Boy, that
Okay. So, I'm not sure which round this is. Round 4, round 5? In any case, it's been a few tries already. But I'm out of potions, fuck. I just realized I've used so many potions already. It's only 4 potions. Can I even complete it with just 4 potions?
your pet has returned.
Alright, I think that's the good spot to stop and do damage. From behind, really? Too many of those big boy goblins or whatever it's called, the brutes. Shit, and then there's blazing here. Someone has blazing. Why are they so fast? How is it possible for an enemy to be this fast without a nimble map modifier? They're like faster. They're faster than the Hivit soldiers. That's so unkillable right now. If I had the electrode, those would be dead very, very quickly. I'm probably gonna do that. No, I don't have an electrode. Alright, I'm gonna quickly change my relic from one of my heroes to this one. So I can just cheese it with an electrode. Which one? Let's get the one from the Realm Master, because I think it's highest level. With an electrode it should be easy. I mean, they would die within seconds. Hopefully. Not gonna have the extra OP freeze though. Let's see. Hope they didn't reset the maps. It shouldn't reset the maps though. It shouldn't reset the maps unless I've like failed another one or done another one. I should still have that one as a choice. Okay.
Oh, are you sure? You...
So the same map. The same approach, but when I stop they should die very fast. Or I would die very fast, one of the two. Because without the freeze, I'm pretty much very vulnerable with this squishy mage. I find it weird how the mage and the sharpshooter don't have skills that give them damage reduction. They do have skills that reduce the damage of the enemy, but that's not the same thing. Because you can't reach 90% damage reduction with that. You're still gonna be taking 50% less damage with the skittering shoulders, and the enemies would be doing 50% less damage with damnation. But that's like what, 25% damage? If I'm taking 50% less damage of the 50% damage, it's not equivalent to 90% damage reduction on the Forged and Realm Master you can get. Unless I play with melee. I mean, if I play with melee, I can get it. If I like have a basic melee weapon and just hit the enemy once. But that's gonna change with the work of the relics. We're gonna have a way to get that damage reduction stacked up to 90%. Oh, and now I've got 0 potions. Great, fantastic. Yeah, I'm gonna have to redo this map after I buy potions. Okay, drop the potion, good. This is what I needed. Oh, there's the fast ones.
You are near death.
The bully goblins.
You feel healthy again.
How is it normal for a enemy to be this quick? Now I'm back to 0 potions, of course. For 3 regular trash mobs. Let's see what's here. Rats. Had to mute myself to sneeze. Oh shit, now this is probably gonna be another try.
Your pet has arrived. You are refreshed.
Alright, we've got some potions. Wait, did the champions respawn or did they come from someplace else? Ah shit, respawned in the worst possible time when I was using my dark spears. There's a lot more spiders here. Okay, I gotta survive for 8 seconds. Come on, survive for 8 seconds. Survive for 8 seconds. It's lagging so badly. Pulling. Is there a pulling enemy? Maybe the spider was. Almost done with the spiders though. With the webbings. Getting there bit by bit. Now there's gonna be another batch of respawning ones. Maybe I should start moving this way. Okay, I think I'm dead. I think I'm dead.
That one guy looked like you really hurt him. Wanna go again?
Anything with relic cooldown I can use? %60 relic cooldown, that should be good.
Oh, are you sure? A fine.
So I'm at 110% relic cooldown. That's not gonna give me 0-second cooldown though. It's kind of weird. This type of cooldown is not the same as the other one where you just keep adding the bonuses. I'm gonna complete this level today though. If not today, tomorrow, but I'm gonna keep trying to complete it. I wanna complete this level. It's a nice challenge. It's a nice challenge. A map with shitloads of super overpowered fast goblin brutes with a lot of spiders. It's a respawning enemies map. It also has a lot of goblin hounds, which are also pretty annoying, especially with close-up where you can barely see where they're coming from. So it's a nice challenge of a map.
gravely wounded. You feel better.
Did the server break down? Yes. Electrode breaking servers since 2020. Come on.
I mean, what could go wrong? Wouldn't have.
What could go wrong? The server could disconnect. Just one thing, for example. Okay, let's move.
Your pet has fled.
Pet is dead, alright. Right, pet. Seriously. How? How did I end up there? This server delay. One cannot do a challenge if the server just keeps doing this to him.
I mean, what could go wrong? Limbs inside the portal, please.
If there weren't server delays and rubber banding, and if this was a EU server, I probably would have done that long ago, even with the older relic, with the what's it called, the code heart. Probably would have done it by now.
Your pet has returned.
Come on, I picked a potion. Give me that potion so I can use it. Fuck.
You've cost your life.
Oh, that delay.
Your insurance covers that, right?
I'm gonna go and buy potions, I guess. I have to. There's no completing this without potions. But even with potions, I mean, if it's wagging like 2, 3, 4 seconds delay, it's kind of hard.
Potions for you? Potions for your little friend?
Alright, let's try again.
Oh.
So decisive. Limbs inside the portal, please.
It would have been interesting if you could only select one of the 3 cards. Like, pick one of the 3 instead of review all 3, and then whatever you've picked, that's the one you do. Because right now, I don't see a reason why you're flipping all 3 cards, why you don't see them flipped already from the get-go. Why do we have to flip them if we can select any of the 3? Maybe flipping 1 would decrease some bonus that you get. Flipping 2 would decrease the bonus further, and flipping 3 would further. Okay, let's reword this. Flipping 1 doesn't do anything. Flipping a second one decreases some sort of bonus, and then flipping the third one removes some sort of a bonus. So only flipping 1 card could probably mean you can get more bonuses. That would be an interesting system. It would make sense to not want to flip all of them and just blindly select one of the 3 and not even try and see what the others are. I know people would do it if they know they could get some sort of a bonus.
You're close to dying. You are dying.
Shit, character didn't want to move. He was just like standing in one place. Fuck.
You've met your end.
Why is this so damn difficult to do?
You know, let's not focus on that.
This is the hardest map I've ever done on this game. Alright, let's change the difficulty, see if I can complete it on practice. Just a test to see how OP this map is. Maybe on practice I can do this one. I mean, I do more than 3 times the damage in practice, so at least there's that.
So decisive. Wouldn't have.
Now hopefully we see some big difference. Definitely seeing huge difference. I'm doing 200k just without even buffing myself, just out of the bat. So there's an invisible damage decrease to the damage you do once you switch to ridiculous. Such a huge difference. Doing like more than 3 times the damage already on my skills. I don't understand why we do less damage on ridiculous when the game doesn't mention anything about this when you're selecting your difficulty. I mean, it should be made transparent to the player that if they switch their difficulty, they're gonna be doing less or more damage based on that difficulty they're doing. It only mentions the what's its name? The gear work, potion work changes. If I've not, I think I've missed something. Gear work, potion work, and there was one more thing over there in the difficulty selection screen. I'm gonna go and check what else. It's obvious that the enemies would have more damage and more HP. But it never says anything about you doing less damage and the enemies having more damage reduction or whatever. Alright, let's clear this out and go back to the character selection to switch. So yeah, let's see. Let's see all the things that are mentioned. So when you select the difficulty, monster movement speed. When did they add this? Monster movement speed, really? This is such a turn off for me when the monsters are moving super quick. That explained why those enemies were so overpoweredly fast. %50 monster movement speed. I don't think that's a good thing to do, to increase the monster movement speed when you change the difficulty. And again, it's invisible, but the enemies take 3 times less damage.
Oh yes, potions.
It doesn't say anything, but I just did enough testing over those few days to notice this.
Oh,
And I can tell you 600k and 1,600k is a big difference of damage from practice to ridiculous. So it could be a bug, it could be intentional, but if it's intentional, let the players know about this. Be a bit more transparent would be my suggestion. Alright, let's do something else. Something quick and easy. Oh, it said challenge failed? Wow, that's weird. I completed it. I probably should have exited the... I should have exited the map through the portal. But anyway, so in my book I completed it, so that's that.
You say that now.
Let's do this one. I'm gonna be doing spider maps now, since I don't care whether I complete the map or not. For the quest, I'm just gonna be killing stuff for items. And Artem Cherny says, do you like mage best? No, I don't like anyone best. I don't like any hero more than another one. I definitely can't say I like the mage best. They're just all so different and provide different types of playstyles, so I guess it's just a matter of personal preference of the player and of the build. Of course, every hero has so many different builds that you can play in different ways. But the mage is normally what I play in games as my first hero. I always used to start with mages. Only back in the day when I was very young I used to like make warriors first, but then I kind of got into playing mages somewhat as I started playing MMOs and stuff in my teenage and 20s years. I am kind of the person that would be making a lot of classes, a lot of builds in every game I play. But I try to start with the mage whenever I can. Yeah, at least now I know where this extra movement speed on the enemies comes from. It's from the difficulty, 50% extra movement speed. Seems like a very boring modifier to put. Just forcing everyone into playing kitey kite. Like if you want all your players to be backtracking and kiting, yeah, do that. Okay. Drop those items, spiders. Oh, no, I got stunned. Fuck.
Your life is slipping away.
And this nether well is so annoying, I guess. Yeah, pushing on ridiculous is kind of, I know, ridiculous seems to be the difficulty where you just want to be doing it for the challenge, but if you want to be pushing easy and quick, you might want to do it on practice, if you don't care about the badges. If you do care about the badges, then bad news. Ridiculous is super boring right now in this endgame mode.
Your health is low.
Hopefully this changes, because I would really like to, when the game launches, play on ridiculous only without feeling like it's taking forever to complete a single map. Okay. Come on, come on. What do I need? More, 3 more items. Let's do it like this.
You're badly hurt.
Wow, those nether wells. This is also taking forever due to those nether wells. I have to kite so much. Have to kite so much. At least I'm happy that even if they don't change the end game, I would always have map works to do. Even if they leave it as it is right now. Which hopefully they don't. But at least I know if this doesn't end up being a good kind of end game, I can always fall back to map works to farm my items. And just do the end game when I wanna test how strong a build can be in that type of content. But we gotta wait for the relic rework before we try and say this feels weak, this feels strong, because that's gonna be a big part of certain builds. I mean, someone might wanna make a build that's only relic skills and barely uses any non-relic skills. If it's gonna be a viable one, we gotta wait and see, but yeah, there's probably gonna be some very strong builds showing up with some of those things that are coming with them.
You
Shit.
are near death.
Fuck, really? That's what's gonna kill me? Randomly flying netherwell projectile. I never liked this, how the netherwell projectiles go outside of the netherwell. Go outside of that circle. Would have loved it if the circle just gets expanded to the point where I know which zone is safe and which zone is unsafe. Well, I don't know what I did now. But let's change heroes. This gets boring. Let's play this one now. Wow, a lot of stuff to get rid of here. That's too slow.
Another day, another dungeon.
Let's do this one.
Are you sure? You
I like that one. Not gonna check the others. Wait, what difficulty am I on? On ridiculous, and I'm killing them this quickly. I guess the watts of HP the enemies had on the previous maps I did really does make a difference. This is only stage 20, so they only have 50% extra HP here. Still going strong on Torchlight 3, I see. Don't burn yourself out, Brian, remember? Chaz, committer struck up. I actually realized, because I was watching some stuff about Dr. What was it, Disrespect. I finally realized where Hixie gets his lines from. Hixie is using the commit to the champion squab line. I didn't even know what Dr. Disrespect's audience was called, and I watched a video about Dr. Disrespect and him leaving Twitch, and I watched a replay of his stream, his final stream, and then I finally realized that Hixie is saying the exact same things that you see at the end of Dr. Disrespect stream. Well, as I said, I don't watch other people's streams. I avoid watching content of other people's to avoid doing what they're doing. Because I might end up getting subconsciously copying someone else's content if I watch it. So I watch non-gaming related content when I watch content. I very rarely watch other people's streams for the same games I play. If it's not official stream, like a dev stream, or an official stream like the Borderlands streams from the official Borderlands gamers that I used to watch before on Twitch, yeah, I normally try to avoid doing that, because again, I want to avoid when I'm making my videos, when I'm streaming, to not be like someone else, to just be my own thing. And see, I might end up seeing something and I may not even realize copying over something subconsciously. So yeah, kind of the mind is a weird thing, how it works. And I actually found it very fun how his Dr. Disrespect's community is called the Champion Squad, and I've decided to call mine Struck Quub. But I was wondering, I wanted something that rhymes with struck, and it was either struck group or struck quub. And I thought group sounds like Alcoholics Anonymous, too much a group. So I decided, alright, instead of a group, let's make it a quub, something like. So I guess he had similar idea regarding his community. Yeah, I had like a bunch of things on my list, and Struck Quub kind of had a nice ring to it.
You're nearly dead.
So it's nice to see the similarities. Join the Struck Club today and transform your life. The dog was definitely hilarious to watch, so I have watched him streaming some shooters and stuff like that, because I don't really stream much shooters. I don't really play much shooters, so the dog I have actually watched before. when I had some time when I was looking for shooters to play. If I do see a stream of him somewhere uploaded on YouTube when I'm researching new shooter games to play, I always would just open it, because he's hilarious. He's just a good actor. He just sticks to that character. He never goes outside of character. So if he keeps staying in character, never goes out of character, that's pretty good for him. He's got that own thing going for him. I was also considering whether I should do a character or just be me, and I realized to just be me. Fuck it. I mean, Struck could be just me, not a character. I may not reveal my real name, but that's still fine. I mean, I don't reveal my name for other reasons, for security purposes. I don't want to end up getting what's it called, swatted. Although I don't think in our country swatting is a thing. I don't think the police responds as aggressively as the American police does to fake reports. So yeah, swatting's annoying. I mean, only idiots do it, and it really is super bad to do swatting. And I think that if you're swatting, doing false reports, you should probably get punished for doing that. Because fake reports are very, very bad. Don't do swatting. If you're watching and you're thinking of doing it, don't do it. It just only makes trouble for the people and for the police involved in it, and it could end up having tragic consequences. But I think in our country they don't take this seriously when it's like a fake report, where it's like an obvious fake report. But that's the thing, how does one realize whether it's a fake or not fake report? If there's like sounds of gunshots from a game, I guess it's pretty easy to tell if it's a sound from a game or from an actual gunshot. But the only actual gunshots I've seen was on movie sets, which use fake bullets. That's the only the only place where I've actually heard a gunshot. Maybe I've heard gunshots on like holidays like New Year's Eve and stuff, people shooting their gun. Because in my country, I don't think we have a rule to discharge your gun in the air, which is super stupid to not have such a rule. Because someone could really get hurt by someone shooting in the air and randomly a bullet falling on top of their head. I think there was a show, I think there was one episode of The Rookie where something like this happened. Where someone shot their and discharged their gun in midair, and then it fell on one of the other people's head, like randomly walking on the street. So I've actually heard gunshots like that as well on holidays like New Year's, where people just shoot in the air, which is so bad. Never do it. Never do it. They have to treat the reports as serious, but they have to make sure that it's a serious report before actually storming into a place. I don't know, I mean, it seems super aggressive sometimes when it's like a fake report and you end up storming and seizing someone who's on their PC, obviously not possessing a gun or anything like that, not using a gun. Obviously being a gamer playing on their PC. Don't they have some sort of infrared scanners they can use to see behind walls? Or is that just movie bullshit? To see what the person is doing, whether the person is holding a weapon behind the wall, or whether they're just playing on a computer. I mean, it's nice to see that they're doing their jobs and they're storming in a place that there has been a report of something. I'm not sure what people say when they report. But I've seen in movies where they can use this device that lets them see silhouettes through like a wall, a thin wall or whatever. I'm not sure where this really exists in real life, but definitely could solve a lot of trouble if one can use it to see infrared stuff. If that's just movie devices, then okay, never mind it. But again, swatting's a big problem of throws. And yeah, that's one of the reasons, probably not a major reason, why I don't want to review my address and name and whatever. I guess most streamers, for small streamers, it doesn't matter, which is okay. But I can understand how like a big streamer like whichever big streamer you think of, whatever you consider big, how one like that might wanna hide their personal name and address to avoid swatting. Look at the disconnects. Oh, really? Can't complete a map without a disconnect recently. They must be doing a lot of stuff to the server. I sent them a lot of walks today, like a few days worth of walks, as much as I had in my folder. Someone's telling me to hydrate and to pet my pet. Right, I've got some water here. Not sure where the pet is. Oh, he's behind me, sleeping. Alright, hydrated. Let's see what he's doing. I'm not sure whether you can hear him purring. He's purring very, very quietly. Is this loading? It's still loading. Sky? Since I rearranged my room, by the way, I said it yesterday, I rearranged my room. And now there's my chair. Behind my chair is my cat and his big tree. And behind that tree is a wall on which I'm gonna put a green screen on that wall. Before it used to be my chair behind me, my pet and his big tree, and then there used to be a lot of empty space, and then there used to be on half of it was a wardrobe, the other half was a balcony door towards the terrace.
Potions for you? Potions
So
for your little friend?
yeah, I kind of decided to rearrange my room and shift things, do a 180, so that it would be easier to make a green screen. Otherwise I would have had to get something to hold the green screen instead of just applying it on, like attaching it on the wall. So I think it's a good move to prepare that. And there's very cheap green screens in my country. For like 15 euro I can get a big green sheet for a photo studio even.
You can't cast that spell here.
Yeah, a lot of disconnects. Today I've had the most disconnects ever. But I think they're working on the PTR right now, fixing stuff, that's why. Let me check in the Discord channel for that server. Just checking what's happening here. Yeah, a lot of people are disconnecting. It's not just me. A lot of people are reporting disconnects. I just checked on Discord while it's loading. Look at the long loading time as well. Normally, even when I Alt and tab, there's big loading times. Something's happening with the forts, I guess. Alright. By the way, Hixie, did you read about my idea for endgame? You probably missed it yesterday. If you watched me yesterday, you probably have heard my idea about how to make the endgame slightly better. Because right now, as you know, it's very bullet spongy. So I kind of made a note thread. And this one, just a second. If you're still there, you might want to check this one out. I was just talking with my community last night when streaming about things that might be done to avoid power creep overall, but still get some sort of system where we're getting stronger as we keep clearing, where we're getting rewarded as we keep clearing, but something that's only for this end game system. And that seemed like a very fun idea, very fun thing. I kind of wrote it down as an idea and posted it on Note. But yeah, the idea is to get something like gifts from the Fazir as you keep killing bosses and keep unlocking checkpoints. And then after you reach certain thresholds, you would be unlocking slots where you put those gifts. And those gifts would only be effective inside the endgame content, inside the Fazir. Anything else you do, like map works and other stuff, those would not take effect into. And that was just a fun idea. It could be expanded a lot, because, for example, you can start with gifts that give you only bonus to one stat, like HP, or maybe fire damage, or poison damage, or electric damage, or +1 to all relic skills when they change the relic skills to be a separate skill tree, and things like that. And then eventually maybe you can start getting gifts that give you 2 bonuses per gift. And since there's gonna be, I was suggesting to have a limit of like 10 or more or less slots for gifts to put. So similar to the Legendarium, you're collecting things that you can put in slots, and those things give you stats. And you have a limited number of slots, and more things that you can put in the slots than the number of the slots. Because right now it's just super boring, and look at the disconnects. I'm not sure what's happening, but probably the game doesn't like my ping and keeps disconnecting me. So that's an interesting system. And it makes sense. It makes sense with all the riches and goods that are here.
You're up to the challenge? Went with the obvious choice then?
Let's not do berserking. I don't want fast moving monsters.
It's a fine time to die.
Even my idea won't keep it interesting for long. Yeah, there needs to be more to it. That's just one suggestion. I mean, there's a lot of things that need to be done to this. A lot of changes, a lot of tweaks, and people want rewards, and people like rewards. So rewards is probably the first thing that they might want to add to this, so that people feel motivated to do it. Sketchered, the end game is working, but the server right now is in a very bad shape. The loading takes forever and I constantly get disconnected. But this is a test server, so yeah. It's gonna take a while, I guess. Look, now I'm not even loading into the game. So they're probably restarting the server a bunch of times to make some small hot fixes internally. Is the server down? Is the server up? Can't tell. Let's see. Come on, server.
Oh, it's you. I mean, oh, was that the...
So this is where it got stuck before. It didn't wanna load up, spin up the map. What day is it? Is it a Wednesday? Wednesday, alright. Middle of the week. Although not the real middle, but still, middle of the work week, I guess. Well, if I finally am playing after a while of trying to even get into a map. Gerardo says, what's up? I haven't seen your endgame early impressions video yet. Alright, well, it's not that much of an early impressions video as it is more of a explanation of how one can do the end game and how one can unlock it. But yeah, it really does contain at the end of the video, the last half of the video, is my impressions of it. Unfortunately, I couldn't include much endgame content because the endgame was inaccessible today, and I had to rip some endgame footage from my streams. But even ripping the footage from my streams took so long to download, and all the other... Most YouTube downloaders have viruses. Most YouTube downloaders that are online ones have built-in ads scripts, Java scripts that my antivirus detects. So I couldn't even rip a whole stream. So what I did end up doing is I ended up watching my video and recording it, recording my browser while I'm watching the video to try and rip some of that footage out of it. So I used OBS to rip my streams. Kind of, if that makes sense. But yeah, there's so many free YouTube downloaders that either install some weird dodgy software or that are online and have some weird JavaScripts on their websites that you don't want running on your PC. Torchlight 3 is a bit fun for a while with some early endgame elements getting worked on, but that's how it is. Another RPG dungeon crawl, nothing bad for or nothing special. It will never be too complex, but I'm cool with that and just enjoy its progress. Yeah, oh shit, I was reading too much. My eyes were not on the screen. Well, let's try again.
Wanna try again?
I'm cool with that as well. I'm not expecting this to be the next Witcher game. For that I'm gonna be playing Cyberpunk 2070 if I want the next Witcher game. The next complex, nice, story-driven AR... actually, it is an ARPG. It is an ARPG, just not an isometric one. Yeah, definitely not expecting this to be some huge, massive, story-driven title where choices matter and things like that. I just want to kill stuff, wood stuff, and yeah, and farm stuff.
Went with the
That's all I want. And that's my kind of Wooter experience. Kill stuff, get better stuff, kill stronger stuff, try different builds with the new stuff you would. Try even more builds with even more different items and so on. That's kind of my fun. Finding new items and making builds around those items with the skills that those items boost. Okay.
You are dying.
My pet's been bugging me now. I gave him food earlier, he shouldn't want food now.
It's a trap.
But my first impressions of the end game is it's a nice skeleton system. It's a nice base foundation of an end game system, but it needs a lot of work in regards to how rewarding and how motivating it is to players who are doing the end game. Right now the motivation is lacking. The motivation and the rewards to motivate people are just nowhere to be found, and it's very badly balanced after a certain level. After a certain stage, it becomes super slow to kill stuff. And that's just at level 36. This game supposedly gave us 251 stages. If after stage 35 it becomes boring and slow to kill things, then something's definitely not right in regards to the balance. But that's why we're here, to give feedback, to say, hey, this feels imbalanced. Consider changing it. I've given my feedback yesterday, and I've also given them some suggestions today regarding how to maybe make this a little bit different. So we'll see. We'll see what they are gonna come up with. I would always be giving them ideas regarding things. Whether they take those ideas into consideration, it's up to them. As long as they have something that they're doing to it, I'm happy. As long as they are changing things to make it a more pleasant experience. Because right now I really wouldn't want to be doing this when I know Mapworks can give me the same types of rewards, and it would be much easier. I just don't feel like doing this end game mode that I'm doing right now. When I know that there's something much easier and just as rewarding to do. And definitely don't say remove mapworks. Don't remove mapworks. I love mapworks. It's simple yet decent system that can be used to power level each other and just farm stuff. Farm stuff the easy way. Wow, alright. Okay, boom boom. Am I doing Plague Bearer and Nimbo? We all. Peter says, hey mate, be honest, is this a good game? I'm bored, might buy it off Steam. Played Path of Exile, played Diablo 1, Diablo 2, Diablo 3. So, whether this is a good game, it's too early to say. Whether it's a good game, it's still too early to say. For the average player, it probably won't have enough content to keep them playing. Because this is just the very early beginnings of the endgame system. The first iteration of the endgame system that I'm running right now. So this endgame system probably would undergo some changes before launch. Actually, not probably, surely would undergo, if not major, at least minor changes. But yeah, right now there's only this one endgame system, and there's another thing that's similar to doing maps, which is very close to this endgame system, which is not a real endgame system, called Mapworks. So apart from this and Mapworks, you don't have that much to do. So if you're looking for something as complete as Path of Exile or Grim Dawn, you probably won't find this here until this game is ready for launch. Keep in mind, this is early access. If you want a full finished product, maybe wait. Maybe wait. Torchlight 2 will be free on the Epic Store. So if you want to try something in the Torchlight universe tomorrow, you can go on the Epic Store, which I'm not a big fan of, like many, due to the security reasons there. But yeah, it's good. They're offering Torchlight 2 for free. If you like it and you want mods, you can get Torchlight 2 on Steam after testing it for free on the Epic Store. So the one that wins the most out of Torchlight 2 being free on Epic Store is Steam. Steam would be the one that would be getting people fooding if they like Torchlight 2. Because Steam is where you have plenty of mods. If you're looking for a good ARPG that can compete with Path of Exile, I would say Grim Dawn. Grim Dawn has so much endgame content. It's got Nemesis system with factions, it's got modding as well. It's got a rifting system, it's got a boss fight system where you can do certain bosses. It's got roguelike dungeons where if you die, you get sent out of the dungeon without any other punishment. Maybe a little bit of XP, but that's fine. And it's got more other things. I'm just naming few. It's got secret bosses. So Grim Dawn has a lot of stuff that it can offer to you. So if you want something to compete with Path of Exile, I'd say Grim Dawn if you've never played it. That's not the game. If you want something to compete with Path of Exile as a game, yeah, definitely not this yet. Actually, this shouldn't ever be compared to Path of Exile because it's on a different spectrum. It's like comparing tea and beer. Let's say Path of Exile is the beer, and this is like coffee maybe or tea. This is like definitely not as hard or as strong. It can still be drank when you wanna drink it. This one, but it's not like Path of Exile and Diablo, like a grim dark game, something like 18 plus or whatever. But it does have a lot of nice options to customize your hero, with more options coming under the form of a rework for the relic system to become a separate skill tree with bunch of active and passive skills to spend points into. It's got interesting classes with their own mechanics, unique mechanics, like some sort of gimmicky mechanics for every class. Some people like it, some people don't. I really love how every class here is something completely different from the other class, yet you can still kind of find ways to play them in the same way if you want to. I mean, the game is fun, the game is good, but it's not ready yet. It's not ready yet. And that's why it's in early access, so that people who wanna make the game better and who wanna give feedback can do it while still getting access to the game before it launches.
You are overloaded.
But yeah, I'd rather be honest. I'd rather be honest when people ask me regarding stuff. The game won't benefit from people who just expect too much out of it to play it and leave bad reviews on Steam for a game that's not ready. So it's better to be honest and not hype up people and let them have too big expectations of the game and then get them be disappointed when they play it. But yeah, Grim Dawn is definitely a good choice. It might be a little bit outdated, but so is Path of Exile. Both games have received engine upgrades, and they look better than they did like 5 years ago or so. But both games have been out there for quite some time and have been getting a lot of updates. Titan Quest is also good. Titan Quest is like the father of Grim Dawn. So there's a lot of similarities, and there's been, since THQ Nordic took over the game, there's been a lot of stuff happening to the game. Updates like the Atlantis update, the Norse update, I forgot the name of it, the Norse mythology. If you're looking for a Diablo 3 clone, not a complete Diablo 3 clone, just partially and not as with not as much stuff to do, you can check Chaos Bane. It's another game I'm making content for and stream every now and then. Warhammer Chaos Bane, it's fine. It's the only PC isometric hack and slash looter ARPG. There's another one for mobile coming. I don't. It was Odyssey or something like that, but it's for mobile, so it's still not gonna be for PC. And there's a PC version in the sci-fi 40k universe with Martyr, but in the fantasy Warhammer universe, Age of Sigmar or whatever it was called, we only have Chaos Bane, and it's a lot like Diablo 3. It gives you a lot of freedom when respecking. You don't have to pay your kidney and your left arm and your firstborn son just so you can respec and try a different build. So in that regard I really love it, and you can still have some fun there, and they recently made some changes to the end game in Chaos Bane to be a little bit more rewarding, and they added some more rebalancing changes to some of the passive skill trees, to the god skill trees. But if one does get Chaos Bane, I suggest wait for a summer sale when it's like 60% off, and then get the Magnus edition. It used to be 60% off a few weeks ago. I'm not sure whether this sale is still ongoing, the Steam summer sale. But the Magnus edition includes every past and future paid DLC in Chaos Bane. And from those, there's actually 2 good DLCs. Torchlight 3 respecking is not that bad. Torchlight 3 respecking is okay. I get so many respectacles, I don't know what to do with them right now. I mean, I've got 26 respectacle points. See, that's fine. I like it. I like it. You keep playing, you get the respectacles, that's fine. Right now I've got 26 respectacle points, meaning I can remove 26 skill points from what I've spent. That's good enough for me. Of course, it takes a while to farm that many. It's gonna take you several hours to get that many. But with contracts and with respectable drops stacking up, you end up getting plenty eventually. Right, pet. Bye bye pet, go sell. Early access is just before they launch, and you have to get it when they go live also. It's not a pre-purchase. Well, early access allows you to buy the game before the game launches for a cheaper price. At least in the case of this game. You will be paying more for the game after it launches. But early access can be alpha, it can be beta. In this case, this game launched with a beta early access. Not launched, but started early access through a beta phase. Wosen, on the other hand, started their early access in an alpha phase. So some games start their early access during the beta, some games start during the very early alpha. So there's one type of early access and another type of early access that can be miles away from how further along in the development the game is. It's a broad term, I guess. A broad term. So some games do early access when the game is almost ready. Others do it when it's barely barely anything to play. So yeah, I've seen so many different types of early access games that yeah, the difference is the sky. Or whatever the expression was. In this game I can tell you it's kind of like in a beta phase. Think of this early access as the open beta kind of phase of things. Or you can get into it if you have money, and you're saving money if you get it before it launched. But there's gonna be roughness in the game. And there's gonna be wipes. And there's gonna be things getting changed based on the feedback. So we're getting a wipe very soon when the relics get reworked, and then there's gonna be another wipe right before the launch of the game. So that everything starts from scratch when it launches. And there might be more wipes in between if they really end up reworking something again, as much as they rework the relic systems. But for now, that's the wipes we know of. But again, anything can change. Anything can change. I love it. I love that those developers, this dev team, is not afraid to do big changes. When their community tells them we need this to be changing completely, they are not afraid to try it, and it's their last time they can do it, because before they launch, they wanna make sure everything is good and everything is to the liking of their fan base, of their player base. You don't want to be seeing wipes and major reworks after the game has launched, unless they come under the form of an expansion and don't include wipes, I guess.
Death is upon you.
Alright, those multiplying enemies. I need a good horror film to watch. Can't think. Good horror film? I'm not sure whether it's gonna be very good, but you can try Ju-On Origins on Netflix. Ju-On Origins. But it's more of a psychological slash horror. I actually never get scared when I watch horror movies. So there's that. I actually start laughing a lot on horror movies when they're the stupid kind of horror movies. But I love watching the psychological horrors when there's a lot of depth into it. So I don't watch them for the scary part. I watch them for the psychological kind of mindfuck kind of part. But this one, the Ju-On Origins, I watched it like a few days ago. It's fun. You know, Japanese, they know how to make things like that. And I can't wait to see the continuation of the story, because this really seemed like a first season of a larger story, and it's apparently based on true stories. Not sure if that was said just like that, just as whether that really was made based on real stories, or whether it was just said to make it seem realistic at the start. But I doubt it was said just to make it seem realistic. I guess it was really based off of true stories. But yeah, when it starts, they're saying that the true stories are much more... what was the right word they used? I can't remember the word they used. Much more shocking or something like that. I forgot the right word they used. But yeah, much scarier, I guess, than what they've done in the movie. It's definitely not for people with weak hearts, though, because it's not just horror stuff. There's other heavy stuff that your average viewer might not end up handling. But yeah, try this one, Hixie, you might like it. Look at this one. Look at this one. Let's slow him down a little, if I can. I can't slow him. My pet is not, my summon is not recognizing this one. I guess it's super glitched. I'm not sure even how to report a bug like this. What do I write? A monster gets stuck. Save GIF image. Goblin Hound gets stuck running into rocks, can't attack it. It's weird how to report a bug like this. I guess footage speaks louder than words in cases like this one.
You'll refresh.
Okay. Wait. Let's go here. Oh wow, they teleported. Okay. I wanted them clustered up so I can hit more with my shots. They kind of did that themselves. Alright, Hixie, nice chatting with you again, dude. Thanks for stopping by, and enjoy your evening as well. And if you end up watching this movie, you can let me know sometime. It's actually not a movie, it's a series. It's like a mini-series, like 6 episodes, so there's gonna be more. So let me know if you watch it, what you think of it. Commit to the struck club today. I love that enthusiasm. Oh wow. Oh wow. Superman charging from all the way far from the viewing range. Okay, boss fight time. What's the first rule about the first rule of the struck whip? It's talk about the struck whip. It's unlike the fight co-op. You can talk about it as much as you want. That is the first rule of the struck whip. Let's see. I should make a Vogo struck whip with soap like fight whip. Although I'm not very good at drawing and stuff like that, but there might be a way to like Photoshop it somehow, like some pink soap and try and make struck whip letters instead of fight whip. Make that onto a T-shirt. Put it in my merch store. Let's see. Alright, should I switch heroes? have I been playing for a long time on this one? Let's go back to the Spinny Boy. I think I haven't played the Forged in quite some time. But yeah, I really wouldn't mind this game releasing instead of this year in next year, because we already have early access. So I'd rather have the developers wait before really releasing the game, really shipping it, and just make sure everything's done.
It's a grab bag.
Originally, they were planning on releasing last year, and then they were planning on releasing this year. Well, if they end up releasing next year, I'm not gonna be mad, because we can still get early access and play it with the early access and just help make it better before it's ready. So it's fine. I guess it's fine, even if they end up delaying the launch, the real launch, with a few more months. We'll see. So far, they might be on track. So time will tell. Come on, give me that cannon. I want that spin to win cannon. The vortex bomb cannon. No, not this cannon, but okay, it gave me one cannon. It did give me a legendary, so I ain't even mad, but come on, I want that unstable war arm. Damage with barrage skills. That's interesting for a barrage build.
Thanks.
Now I need to go to the fort. Kind of ended up saving too much stuff.
You can't do that.
Electrode, breaking servers since 2020. So much damage. Alright, now first order of business would be put this here. Faster cooldown for sonic pulse and bleeding, or this one. I'm gonna say chance to shock. Oh, now we're talking. First of all, I don't think I've got the Mega Blaster, right? Mega Blaster? Oh, I already do. Oh shit. Now what do I do with this one? I really don't think I want it. It's pretty nice rows, although it's missing a fourth row and a socket. But it's not gonna be something amazingly strong. Let's turn it into dust. Speaking of into dust, there's a very nice track by Noisia. Into dust. All right, let's maybe enchant this. Oh no, I don't have much. Well, let's pray to RNGesus. This failed. Let's pray to RNGesus. This also failed. What's my weapon? Chance to burn. Then I'm not gonna have chance to shock. Then there's this weapon. I really need both chance to burn and chance to shock. This is the hardest thing to balance in this build. To have enough chance to burn for the extra 50% damage versus burning, and enough chance to shock for the shock bolts and to proc the electrode. I'm gonna have to keep it the way it is for now. Alright, which stage have I got here? Oh, page up is skip forward. 22. Alright, if we don't disconnect, we're gonna finish it. If we do, well, not much we can do. Let's do the gearwork one. What's here? Ratatatatatatatata. Ratatatatatatatata. I love the sound of the cyclone mode hitting netherlings, the little popcorn netherlings. It's like swapping swapping meat hitting meat. Like it's like two steaks hitting each other. And I could have said a much more dirtier analogy here, but I tried to refrain from that one. But yeah. Alright, boom. Wow, this one's taking forever to kill. Normally, with my relic activation, they would have died a few times by now. Oh, we're already done with the quest. Might as well rush it.
You can't cast that here.
Okay. Delays. I think I'm getting disconnected now. Rip my progress. Few levels down due to disconnect. Yeah, I'm not even trying to push. I mean, if I try to push, then I should be crazy, because I know I'm gonna disconnect when I try to push. In the worst possible moment, like on the boss fight. Let me check my Discord in the meantime if there's any more reports about certain things. Alright, let's try again. Yeah, I love how we have a public test realm and the regular, slightly more stable live server on early access. Both are kind of early access, so both are gonna be like buggy and glitchy at times. But this one is like the very early, the super early access to some features. The public test realm. It's like the early bird of early access. So yeah, definitely not as stable as the live server, but at least I'm getting the chance to test some of the things before they make it to the live server. And not just me, everyone on the US server can do that. Everyone from the US can go on that early access PTR and test it. Right, that's shit. Let's just get rid of it.
Step right up, contestant.
Oh,
Are you sure?
my progress didn't reset after disconnecting. That's nice. That's actually pretty good. Pretty fun. Did they remove it so that when you disconnect you don't lose progress? Maybe they made that change. Maybe they did make that change. That's a good change though. Because if I disconnected yesterday, I would have lost my progress and reset back to the checkpoint. Alright, repeat of this map now. I'm gonna speed it this time around and just stop for big bosses. I mean for elites. Like let's stop here.
You can't cast that spell here.
Oh, disconnect again? Yeah, I probably got disconnected again. It's painful, but we gotta suffer through those disconnects. I'm wondering if I'm disconnecting more than others because I'm from the EU, or whether it's just not really the case here. Stable? I'm saying more stable. I'm not saying stable. I'm saying a little more stable in the other server, although the other server is far from stable. But the numbers clogging the screen, you can remove it. You can go to options. You can go to options and remove the damage numbers. I really don't like too much damage numbers, so I like games that are kind of condensing the damage numbers to million being M instead of writing like the million with with 1, then the comma 000, comma 000. Instead of 7 numbers, I would like to see 1.05m. So just the 3 numbers instead of 7. So that's kind of the thing I like to see in games. Something like this. When it comes to millions and stuff like that. I like how Chaos Bane is doing it. Warhammer Chaos Bane has done a very banging job in regards to condensing on the numbers. Oh, never mind. But yeah, Dionysixon says Forged definitely more tankier than Dusk Mage. Yeah, Forged is tankier than Dusk Mage, but not as tanky as the Realm Master. But it could be as tanky as the Realm Master if I had the Skittering Shoulders in my Legendarium. If, for example, here I had the Skittering Shoulder. Where is it? Skittering Shoulder. This one. If I had the Skittering Shoulder, it would have been a little bit more tanky. I could reach the maximum tankiness a Forge can get.
Greetings, insignificant one. Well chosen.
Yeah, the game will have some time of improvement, I guess, before one can really call it stable. But it's early access. I mean, again, as I said earlier, there's a very broad term in what goes under early access. This is one of the better early access experiences I've had in regards to how much stuff is in the game already before moving on to the early access phase. I've seen games that barely have a quest or two. Actually, I've played games without a single quest. I think when Wosen first started, it was so bare in its first early access phases, in its first early access days, and so buggy that most people probably got turned off of it. But I kept playing it back then. I really enjoyed testing stuff in the very few months of early access at the start when I got it. And it was nice to see the game improving until the point where they went from alpha to beta, which was basically alpha 2.0. A different game, and a lot of the good stuff of Wosen was kind of lost with that move from what they called alpha and what they called beta. Right now you can see the server is even loading a lot. The spinning up times seem to be kind of having problems. So maybe they're fixing something and another thing is getting broken. They're definitely doing some tweaking on the server. I don't think I would be disconnecting as much if they weren't tweaking some stuff. I mean, I did see one of the developers on this server like an hour or 2 hours ago. And that was when they were still fixing the fourth problem. And they did fix that problem, thankfully. Wrong button. Oh no. Page up, page up, page up, page up, page up, page up, page up.
Well chosen. Oh!
Okay. Okay, I like to keep my damage numbers to just be able to see my build progressing. When I'm done with the build, I wouldn't mind, for example, disabling those damage numbers when I'm done with Like I did it on Wosen. On Wosen, once I was done experimenting with damage and damage values, I kind of removed my numbers because they were just too much. They were not condensing the same way they do it in Chaos Bane, and it felt wrong having those damage numbers when I'm not testing damages and testing skills and seeing what works, what doesn't. It was really too much on the screen back then. Speaking of Wosen, pretty soon we would be able to test that second Dawn update, probably around the end of this month. Can't wait to see what they have in store for us. I'm hoping it's finally a good rebalance of all the different skills and passives. I mean, it took them a lot of time working on this, so it better be some good balancing. Because balancing was Wosen's second biggest problem, or maybe the biggest problem. I mean, for me it's equally important was the bad XP rates and the bad balancing. Those were my main issues with Wosen. The super slow XP after level 80 or 79 or whatever, and the super badly balanced active and passive and active modifiers and whatever skills, and the badly balanced unique items. Nether essence. Let's kill some more elites.
That spell cannot be cast.
Come on, die. Oh, he ran away. Time to change directions and go towards the boss fight. This way. And Getrect says he disconnected again. Well, yeah. I've been disconnecting all day today. Mostly after I started doing the end game, after they fixed the fort, and I could go and do end game. That was mostly when I started getting disconnected. But I also kept getting disconnected when doing Act 3 maps with Mapworks. And this one needs a restart. So will this result in me failing that map? Because there was no boss at the end. Let's see if this resulted in me failing the map. It's kind of getting late, so I'm probably just gonna check it and maybe call it. I mean, it's 12 past midnight I normally go until like half past midnight, 30 minutes past midnight, but we'll see. Maybe just end it now. Let's see if it reset the progress though. Just curious about. Yeah, it did reset my progress now due to this bug. As expected. If I out and F4'd, maybe it wouldn't have. It would have probably considered it as a disconnect. But anyways, thanks everyone for tuning in. There will be more tomorrow. Keep it cool, folks. Thanks again for watching, and until next time, goodbye.